Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Zom Slays. Hope you're well. Happy motherfucking Monday. How are we doing, man? How we doing? Definitely a stacked show for you guys today. Weekly recap stuff, upcoming content, a really good talking segment. Last week, you guys remember that I said that we were going to talk a bit about verification and things like that. So that is what's on the menu for this week. So yeah, let's kick this off. I'm your host, Zom Slays, for those of you who don't know. This is episode 118 of the Music Mondays podcast. Today is April 24th, 2023. How are we all doing? What's cracking? So, let's start off with some weekly recap shit, yeah? Bananas, what's good? I hope you're well. Happy Monday. Appreciate the lurk. Episode 117 is available on all major platforms, including YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and all that good stuff. Huge shout out to everybody that takes the Music Mondays podcast on the go with them. Huge shout out to all of our Spotify listeners and things like that. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And of course, our YouTube gang as well. We're slowly approaching 150 Subaroonies. I think we're about 4 away. So huge shout out to anybody that recently subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. Yeah, man. Episode 117 is available everywhere. So like I said, huge shout out to everybody that submitted, came through, showed love. Anybody that ran it up afterwards, I appreciate it. A brand new exclusive is available right now on the Music Mondays SoundCloud by none other than our staff designer, Michael Jones, who's also a very, very talented producer. Michael let us release Messages of Leon, which is available on our SoundCloud right now. And again, huge shout out to Michael for letting us host that. And if you ran it up, thank you. For those of you that are interested in getting an exclusive hosted by Music Mondays, hosted and promoted, by the way, feel free to reach out to us via DM or email, and we'll be happy to host and promote your track. Free of charge, by the way. We don't charge for any hosting or anything like that. I mean, shit, we don't charge for anything unless you're a member of our Patreon. So huge shout out to our Patreons, but all of our content is free. And if you feel like you want to submit some stuff, feel free to send us a DM or email. So yeah, that takes us to about Wednesday of last week. We released the monthly, which is a special staff curated playlist. We don't accept submissions for it. Of course, you can reach out to us for consideration and things like that. But much different than SoundCloud Sunday, the monthly is curated by exclusively Deep Rest, who's our staff curator. Very, very, very talented curator and very talented musician. Deep Rest approached me with an idea of really kind of putting together their own playlist, because they were doing that like regardless, like on their own channel, right? So I figured why not allow some more Deep Rest content on there. So I was like, yeah, absolutely. So the monthly is available right now, if you're interested, and if you ever ran that up, thank you. And of course, huge shout out to Deep Rest. And again, the monthly is going to be definitely, obviously, a monthly segment, but it's going to be along the lines of Workshop Wednesday, Feature Friday, Underground Classics, things like that. So you'll be seeing a new version of the monthly from Deep Rest every month on our SoundCloud. Now, that takes us to, I think, Thursday. And Thursday was actually a really busy day for us. But before we get into that, a brand new YouTube upload is available right now. Last week we discussed a little bit about artificial intelligence and really what it means for the underground community and for new musicians and, you know, the creative environment in general, right? And yeah, that's a good like 20-minute segment. So if you missed that from last week, definitely go check that out. And if you've already showed love on it, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate that here at Music Mondays. Yeah, kind of a controversial topic, that one there. But definitely one that was necessarily, you know, pretty important. So I definitely do advise going to check that out. Not that it's like anything urgent, but it's definitely one that I think deserves some attention for sure. So that's available on the channel right now. And again, we are like 4 subaroonies away from 150 on the main channel. So if you have not dropped a sub on the Music Mondays YouTube channel, please do. And if you've already dropped a sub, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That takes us to Friday, where we dropped 2 interviews. One of which was pretty insane. So we dropped again 2 articles. One by our staff writer M, which M kind of did an analysis, slight review of Hikadog's brand new ambient project, Songs for Dogs to Sleep To, which I thought was a really, really cool theme. It's not often we get to dive into creators like that are fully enthusiastic and really passionate about, you know, their brand and their character and the kind of content they put out. So that's definitely a review you don't want to miss. Huge shout out to M, and if you haven't read that, go check that out. And huge shout out to Hikadog as well. And then shortly after that, we dropped a very special interview that was so much of a secret that I didn't even drop it on our Patreon. So the Lil West interview is live right now on allmusicmondays.com, and that was definitely one of my favorite interviews of my whole career, probably. I've done a lot over the years that are some of my favorites. People like Ghost Rage, Glowhorn Beats, a lot of the West Coast people, a lot of the Seattle people. A lot of those are some of my favorites, but Lil West is definitely up there for like top 10 that I've ever done. Just because I've not only been a supporter of Lil West for a while, but that's definitely somebody I studied their career closely and watched them grow. And that was somebody where, you know, you kind of like have a lot of respect for in the creative aspect, right? Because it had like a lot of influence on my music, but from like a journalism perspective, it was definitely one of those things where it was like, holy shit, this is pretty like, this is pretty major. So definitely go check that out. That is on allmusicmondays.com right now. Definitely one of my favorite interviews, and huge shout out to Lil West for taking the time to sit down with us. But SoundCloud Sunday, Volume 79, is available right now on our SoundCloud. That was curated by myself, Deep Rest, and Waterfalls, our 2 staff curators. Cover art was done by me this week, so obviously no credit there. But yeah, man, shit, everybody kind of moved on to like Spotify playlists, you know what I mean? Like everybody's super, super concerned with Spotify playlists, and we'll always be holding down SoundCloud and a lot of the newer artists and shit. That are just starting out their careers, right? That might be extremely talented. And there's a very good reason why we stick to SoundCloud Sunday. And that's not to say that like Spotify won't be a thing for Music Mondays. That's definitely going to happen. It's just going to be at the right time, right? Because that's going to be a lot of work for not only the staff, but just for us to kind of work that into our already busy schedule. So Spotify playlists are definitely coming soon, but it's fair to say that we definitely have the best SoundCloud playlist outside of SoundCloud itself, truly. So if you're interested in being a part of SoundCloud Sunday, submissions open every Wednesday. We'll be celebrating our 80th volume this week, so cool milestone there. And if you're interested, again, submissions open every Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, SoundCloud Sunday is one of those things where like it took a lot of time to build, but that's why it's so kind of respected from the staff and the community, right? Um, so yeah, make sure you go show SoundCloud Sunday some love, and huge shout out to anybody that ran it up and submitted. So that takes care of the last week or so. But what's coming up for this week on Music Mondays? Well, man, actually, we have a lot of really good content for you guys this week. Last night I got caught up on a lot of weekly content for this week. So I think so. Today's April 24th. Yeah, it's literally the last week of April. So we're gonna be banging out quite the lineup of monthly pieces. Things like Workshop Wednesday will be dropping this week. In case you missed it, monthly will be dropping Friday for March. Feature Friday, I'm still lining up a couple of guests, and then as soon as we get those out, we'll be kind of organizing May guests and who we want to get for a lot of those segments. The breakdown is also in the process of being edited. I haven't had a chance to sit down and look at the files that we got sent, but the breakdown should be coming to our YouTube channel as well. So that's like 4 or 5 like major pieces that myself and the staff have been working on. And of course, our weekly content will stay the same. We have a brand new Blank Thought interview. What's good, Blank Thought? Brand new Blank Thought interview dropping Friday, so be on the lookout for that. You can catch that on the Patreon this week, like way early, like probably tonight or tomorrow. For those of you that are members of our Patreon, you can find that early there. But so big week for us. Lots of monthly stuff coming out. Yeah, we're just continuing to grow. You know, I'm trying to really line up a lot of this newer content for the community to get involved in. So you'll see a lot of newer stuff roll out, a lot of like along with a lot of the same stuff that we've been doing for quite a while. So that's this week. I think the only other things I wanted to touch on was recruiting and exclusives. We talked about exclusives for a couple seconds, but recruiting is also a big thing. Music Mondays is always recruiting, right? And we're looking for journalists, graphic designers, curators, content creators, people that want to do YouTube for Music Mondays, and things of that nature. We're very open to who we talk to really join the staff, but all the staff members are very much passionate underground individuals, right? They're all handpicked for that very reason. Like 90% of the staff, if not like 95, are all creators themselves, right? They all have their own individual careers, but they all see the vision that we have for Music Mondays, and you know, supporting the true underground is mutually very important for all of us. And we all have a bunch of different backgrounds, right? Like some people have backgrounds in trap metal, heavier sounds, alternative hip hop, regular hip hop, hyper pop, pop sounds, alternative pop. So a lot of the staff is widely diverse, right? We don't really focus on one or two genres. We like to really expand and allow, you know, new and old underground creators to really express themselves on our platform. So with that said, we are always recruiting, but we're always very very tedious with our selection, of course. You know what I mean? Because if we just wanted some work for hires, we could go on fucking Fiverr right now and go pick up a bunch of writers and shit. You know what I mean? But that's not passion. You know what I mean? Like the scene needs passion. So people that actually like give a fuck about the scene. And that's important to us. So if that kind of rings a bell in your head and you're like, shit, I want to be a part of this platform, feel free to send us a pitch or an email or send me a DM. All of our contact information is linked down below as well if you're watching on YouTube. Or shit, you can just send us a DM on Twitter. You know, and you don't necessarily need a resume, but it would be nice. But if you don't, send us a pitch. Tell us why you want to join the staff team. Tell us, you know, how much you give a fuck about the underground scene and independent art. So that's that on that, my friends. So Music Mondays is recruiting. And again, huge shout out to all of our Patreons, by the way. I just wanted to say that really quickly. We're nearing the end of April, and we've been going strong with literally like our early access content and all of our Patreons really like actually enjoying it, and the Music Mondays Fast Pass and things like that. So it's been about a month since we've launched on Patreon, and I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our Patrons over there. You guys are amazing. And of course I'll shout you guys out at the end of the show, but yeah, man, if you ever want to support Music Mondays, feel free to go check out our Patreon. We have a very exclusive $5 tier that'll get you a bunch of goodies. And then if you want to support further, we have other tiers available as well. But that's the only way that Music Mondays actually monetizes things at the moment. Of course, we have Twitch and YouTube and things like that that we're consistently growing. But we're very early in the monetization stages, because it's not easy keeping our platform very free, but also kind of being able to grow in a proper way, right? Because we want to host shows, we want to do merch, we want to do things like that. So the Patreon is a really a good starting foundation for things like that for Music Mondays. So again, huge shout out to anybody that jumped right on the wagon, because you guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, we'll always be improving that and really going along and seeing what we can do to really give you guys the most over there on Patreon. So, that's about it. Shit, I went through those notes rather quickly, I'm not gonna lie. So, we have one quick talking segment that we're gonna go over, and then, yeah, we will hop right into reactions and reviews. So, last week, I put out a poll. I asked the community, what do we want to talk about on the show? And I gave two choices. It was artificial intelligence and verification. We talked about AI last week. Let's talk verification. So, this is going to be, I wouldn't say like a lengthy conversation, but definitely strap yourselves in, because there's going to be a lot of like one-off tangents and things that I need to explain to really explain further points. And I do again want to preface this by saying, I can't even believe I have to fucking say this, because it's always the way I've been, but not everybody knows that, right? Because we're always growing, we're always getting new people and things like that. But when I talk about verification, a lot of these platforms and things like that, Music Mondays is not a political platform. Let me say that again. Music Mondays is not a political platform. I do not give a fuck about your thoughts on politics, the government, da 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 da. I don't. Like I genuinely don't, because I don't believe that art and music and things like that, they don't mix well with politics and the government, right? So that's why I distance myself from that, because I choose not to participate. Sure, I have my own like personal thoughts on certain things, but that again doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of like where we're at. Like, this is not a platform where we really give a fuck about any of that, because as long as people have a safe, healthy, encouraging, passionate, happy environment where everybody is treated equally, that's all I care about. You know what I mean? So when people talk about Twitter or Instagram or this one or that, I don't fucking care. Because as long as everybody under my umbrella is treated equally and with respect, and everybody is safe and encouraged, that's all that really matters. So before we dive into something like this, keep all that political bullshit out of here, because we don't care. we don't give a fuck. We don't. We care about what's right. So, let's talk. So we're gonna talk about two separate platforms here. We're gonna talk about Instagram and we're gonna talk about Twitter. I think the bigger elephant in the room here has got to be Twitter. because Twitter's kind of a mess right now, and it's not something that I've particularly enjoyed. Just because I've been on this platform for like 13 years or something like that, and what's going on with the platform right now is definitely um it's just not something I enjoy. Okay, let's just say that. Coming from a person that you know made their career through social media, to have one of my personal favorite platforms kind of become less quality than it used to be, um, definitely sucks, right? But you also have to remember that this is still a platform. It doesn't really matter who's driving the wheel. And the people that are on these platforms, whether they're independent artists, they're graphic designers, they're newer people that are just trying to share their fucking work, that's who we're here for. And that's why we kind of move the way that we move, right? Because we're there for those people. Um, so that's that on that. But when it comes to verification and kind of changing the system, um, at the end of the day, verification is changing, right? And again, I've been on these platforms for half of my life, right? So I come from the time where verification actually used to mean something, but it just means something different now. And that's just what it is. Like, we need to kind of throw that old meaning away. And it sucks, and it's stupid, it's da 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 da. Because believe me, like, I get it. I've been here. You know what I mean? Um, so it kind of is what it is, right? When you think about the internet and kind of like where it's been at for the last like 20 years, um, a lot of people made a lot of money off of the internet. When it comes to YouTubers, content creators, streamers, social media influencers, look at TikTok. Even just the exposure leads to other brand deals and things like that, right? And that's all free. So when all these kind of billionaire corporations are like, okay, like we can actually like cash out on all this shit. From like a business aspect, I understand it because it's like, why wouldn't you monetize that? But from like a consumer aspect, it fucking blows because it's so early in the stages that we're kind of like the guinea pigs as to where like 5 years from now, I can see this system actually working. And I'll add on to that in a second. But right now, it's too early. We are the true guinea pigs with this new verification system. And especially with us kind of being, from the early times of the internet, right? When badges used to be meaningful and da 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 da, whatever. It sucks. But at the end of the day, like, it's kind of one of those things as to where, you know, um, you either get with it or you get lost. And, you know, when it comes to building a brand in somewhere that is, any aspect of the internet, I don't care if you're over on Facebook, you're going to want the maximum exposure no matter what it is. And you're going to want the right tools no matter what it is. So when it comes to Twitter, should you get verified on Twitter? Is it worth it? Da 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 da. This is a very case by case basis, right? Because Music Mondays, for instance, we benefit from that, right? Because you're talking about our platform, right? Even Music Mondays as a whole, the trademark, the copyright, like, we want our spot. So it made sense for us to kind of do it just off that alone. But then you're talking about the other perks, whether it be customer support, um, character limits, edit tweets, other small features that are like kind of, you like, some people could take it or leave it, but for a brand, it makes sense because you need a lot of those tools to create the content that you create, right? I mean, shit, it made my life easier. So as an artist or like a sole entity, not a brand, is it worth it? I mean, if you want to protect your brand and get ahead of the game, I totally don't see a problem with it. Because again, it's not like a political kind of move that a lot of people will like make it out to be, right? When you're a creator, it's a lot different. because we need to get our art in front of as many eyes as possible. And if you don't care about any of this, blah blah blah, then skip the fucking video. You know what I mean? Like this is definitely not for those people that like could take it or leave it. You know, this is for the people that want to know about this. Um. So yeah, I mean, when it comes to Twitter, everything is kind of still up in the air right now. Because Twitter went about things a lot of it just a really shitty way. Because there was a lot of legacy verified accounts that got their blue check stripped in order to have this Twitter Blue system kind of implemented, which for a while was gonna work if you just left the legacy check marks. But where it's at currently, as of April 24th, 2023, um, everybody got stripped, and only certain accounts got auto Twitter Blue, and the rest of Twitter kind of has to pay for it. So everything is kind of in limbo right now, and I don't anticipate that staying that way, just because it's obviously very broken. Um, so when it comes to being verified on Twitter, right, I don't see the whole project being dropped, because when it comes to making Twitter like a profitable business, you know, that's kind of like a easy way to go about it, but at the same time, a lot of those features kind of benefit creators. So it's going to be a case by case basis. Would I recommend it? I mean, you're you're going to have to look at where you're at and kind of how you want to protect yourself moving forward, right? Because I think the two sweetest things that you could really like actually use when it comes to a verification on Twitter is the immediate contact to Twitter support. So you'll be able to instantly contact Twitter support. And just the verification itself as to where, you know, you're the sole entity, right? Nobody's going to be able to really take your brand, and of course, if that were to ever happen, it's really easy to kind of deal with that if you've already like established yourself with that. So again, going to be kind of a case by case basis, because there are a lot of other conversations happening, and this is why I say it's probably going to change again on Twitter, because when it comes to being a verified organization, that's where a lot of the big brands and companies and players are running into a big issue, is because there's now these checkmark tiers as to where you have Twitter Blue, which is just basic, and then you have verified organizations, which are the gold and gray check marks. And to get the gold check marks, you need to be a verified organization. Okay, no problem. But that in itself is $1,000 a month, right? $1,000 a month, and it's an additional $50 per account under this organization. So it's a fucking hefty penny. So anybody you see with verified organization accounts, you'll see a lot of them in the gaming space. You'll see a lot of them in esports and things like that. That's a big tax write-off, okay? Because ain't nobody fucking paying that, because that is very like way like that's not even the amount of cash you'd spend a year as a company just on being a verified organization could be easily placed somewhere better. So that's why I say, um, expect a lot of this to change again over time on Twitter. Um, so that's why I wanted to speak about Twitter first, because it's kind of more of like it's a bigger it's a bigger kind of question mark. Okay, it's definitely a bigger question mark. It makes more sense as a brand, and it makes more sense as an artist to really like hold down your name and hold down your spot, and you have easy support access, and you have accessibility and things like that. But if you're not interested in any of that, it's probably not for you. You know what I mean? Because things like that, like, you know, again, case by case basis. It's going to be different for everybody. I could see somebody with a great Twitter following that's a solo artist that could totally, you know, um really benefit from that. But again, like I think people kind of can't get past the fact that it doesn't mean shit anymore. But like I think a big excuse to get rid of it on Twitter and go this route was because there was a lot of developers at Twitter backdooring blue check marks. Like they were just selling them for fucking hotcakes. And there was a real big conspiracy on like whether that happened. And I saw that happen personally. I know people who fucking bought their check marks on Twitter years ago. Years ago. So I can confirm for a fact that there were developers backdooring that shit. So as far as it being like a legit verification, that's why you would see people pop up on Twitter with like 900 followers and a blue check. Because they bought that shit. They bought that shit for sure. So Twitter, it made more sense to go the subscription route because it was already kind of tarnished at the same time, right? And then we spoke a little bit about AI last week and how easy it is to impersonate people and things like that. And verification is just another way to kind of have that, be a fail safe as to where like you're like, nah, bro, like my legit account's right here, da 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 da. So again, all this is kind of in the early stages, and a lot of it you could poke a lot of holes in, right? But when it comes to Twitter itself, expect it to keep changing over the next couple of months. I wouldn't get too worried of where everything is at because this is a platform where independent creators, artists, gamers, just people with creativity flourish, and that'll never really change. Mainly due to the fact that there's nowhere to fucking go. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these newer platforms out here are like really fucking subpar, and that's why you haven't seen any major creators make a move because like there is none. You know what I mean? So when I know, the Music Mondays community will know, but that's why it's kind of everything's in a little bit of a limbo right now when it comes to Twitter. Because believe me, I would like to just see somebody with a smart, like honest fucking head leading this shit. But for right now, it's kind of in the dark ages. So we just kind of got to roll the punches here. And again, as I gather more information on Twitter, you'll know about everything that I know about. But for right now, I can't see verification staying where it's at. Expect it to keep changing. So that's my take on Twitter. But that leaves the other elephant in the room. So when Twitter Blue kind of launched, less than a month later, we had Instagram pop up with Meta verified. Get your account verified right now. You're eligible. Blah, 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 blah. And then the internet exploded into a fucking frenzy. Like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's the deal with this? Well, Instagram's much more simple. Again, you kind of gotta get over the fact that a blue check mark is really not what it means anymore, right? It just means that the person behind the account is a real person rather than a notable figure. But the thing with Instagram is when they launched their verification, they didn't take away the old way to get verified, much like Twitter did. So Twitter, you can't get verified through articles and things like that, being a notable figure, which kind of blows. But when Instagram launched their version, they didn't take away the old way of getting verified, which I thought was kind of interesting because it would just be the obvious model, right? Let's just take away the old way to get verified. But sure, then shit, I went and did my own research and I was like, damn, it's still there. So I was kind of surprised. So, what's the deal with Instagram verification? Can I get verified on Instagram as a creator? Why do I see all these people with blue check marks on Instagram? So, Meta verification is available for Facebook and Instagram, but it is not available for businesses and creators. So what do I mean by that? Well, it's only available at the base level on personal accounts, meaning to get verified on Instagram through paying for it, you need to have your government name on your profile, which I thought was kind of interesting. So take note of that anytime you go on Instagram and you see somebody you never saw with a blue check mark. Go peep their profile and see if they have their government on their profile, and that's the requirement. You need to have a government ID match the name on your profile. So that's why you'll see a very limited amount of people with them, because not a lot of people want to do that. And that kind of, you know, fucks over pretty much everybody else, right? 90% of their user base are fan pages, brands, platforms, social media influencers, artists, creatives, designers. So it's like, how do those people get verified? Through, I anticipate they want those people to kind of go through the same process that was originally there. So it's like, okay, that's like not too bad, but it's also double the price of Twitter Blue, and you don't get nearly as many features, which kind of sucks if you think about it, because like you're paying double the price over there on Instagram, but you get like almost no features. Like the features you get are like not really worth paying for, if we're being honest. Like there'll be some cases where like your post will like always be first in the feed for your followers and things like that, but not a lot of that is like super worth it when they have stories, right? And you have like the ability to like mass DM people and tell people when you posted. So like I can't really see a lot of that being worth it for Instagram. I think the only worthy kind of perk you get over there is again the connection to customer support, because if you've ever had to try to deal with Instagram or Twitter customer support, you know how much of a fucking hassle it is to like actually get these people to like talk to a fucking human being, bro. Like these are like billion-dollar companies, and their support system is basically fucking non-existent, and it's beyond like ridiculous. So subscribing to these subscriptions are one easy way to get yourself right in there, because you're like, yo, I'm a monthly subscriber, you can't fucking ignore me, da 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 da. And of course, they're 100% going to give you the best A1 service you could ever get. But that was never a thing. So that's like the only thing that it's like kind of worth it for, if anything were to happen to your account. But other than that, like Instagram, I would kind of bank on getting verified the old fashioned way, considering it's still there. Um, the fact that it's taken away on Twitter sucks, but it kind of leaves you with no option. Whereas the Instagram, you have a couple of options, and you're like, okay, well, I can just wait till I get, a couple major articles and pieces written about me, and then, we'll see what kind of shit Instagram is dealing with. So, um, to put a cap on Instagram, no, they aren't offering paid verification for brands and artists and creatives. So anybody you see with the blue check, that isn't supposed to have one, most definitely paid for it, but at the same time, they need to have their government on their profile at all times. Just as a way as to verify that they're a real fucking person, because as we all know, the Instagram bots are way fucking out of control. So again, I kind of don't blame them in that aspect, right? Because they're like they're constantly dealing with this bot problem, and how they haven't gotten it figured out, I don't know. I'm not a developer, but clearly it's fucking hard, because it's still happening no matter how many times they update the app or self verification, or I don't know. Instagram's a whole fucking mess for sure. Like people like to rag on Twitter, but that app is a fucking whew. Just the little things that I notice. So I mean, they each have their perks, but I wouldn't pay attention to the bullshit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't really worry too much about any of that. And if you're interested in getting verified, that's the deal with getting verified. Getting verified on any other platform is relatively easy. TikTok is much like these two. Same thing. But Twitter and Instagram are the only two that are actually selling badges. Actually, I think Tumblr is now. I saw a while ago that Tumblr is offering paid verification, but they don't like sell it as that. It's kind of funny. They'll like be like, yeah, here's all these other perks, and then they'll put it like at the bottom, like, oh, and a little blue badge. Like it's mad funny. So they don't offer that as like a main perk, but I'm pretty sure you can go get it over on Tumblr too. But yeah, I mean, shit. If you have any more questions or you're concerned about X, Y, or Z, you're like, yo, should I do this? Should I, what do you think about this? Is it worth it for me? Feel free to sound off in the comments. Tweet us any questions, anything like that. This will be uploaded on YouTube. So yeah, very very kind of interesting, long kind of talk, but again, rather important just because, um, you know, it's been the talk of the town. So with that said, make sure you leave a like, drop a comment, and let us know what you think about getting verified on social media in 2023. Okay, chat. That was a good one. That was a fucking good one. An important one nonetheless too, right? I mean, I really think that shit like that is got to be talked about because you'll see a lot of misinformation on the internet, man. Um, a lot. Whether they're just malicious people, they're X, Y, or Z, whatever, whatever, whatever. So just it's always important for me to give it to you guys straight here on the Music Mondays podcast. Okay. So with that said, let's go. So let's hop right into reactions and reviews. You guys know the drill. But if you don't, this is how you submit to the Music Mondays podcast. We accept submissions only through Twitter. Again, I've explained this quite a few times, but Twitter's just the easiest place to gather all of our submissions in one place because we are a live, free flow show. So we don't like to open, DMs and this and go over here and go to the email and then go back to Twitter and then go back to, so we curate them all in one spot. So if you're ever interested in submitting to the Music Mondays podcast, feel free to drop your links or portfolios below on our Twitter. And again, tweets will always be in the same format. They'll look like this. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 4/24/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, twitch.tv/DonPlays, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. Again, contrary to our name, we've reacted to many things here in the Music Mondays podcast. Everything from vocals, instrumentals, visuals, graphic design, writing, fashion, like you name it. We've literally reacted to everything in their show. Just because so many creators are multi-talented, right? We have so many creators that are so talented at, filming and producing and vocals, and some people direct, and some people do visuals and do edits and all sorts of things like that. So feel free to submit anything you feel needs a little bit of spotlight here on the Music Mondays podcast. You know what I'm saying? 4-hour show limit. Again, that's to alleviate a bit of the pressure here on the Music Mondays podcast because we are a weekly show, and we want to give people the chance to actually watch the show. So anything more than 4 hours is not something you could really put on in the background. And again, we are a live show, so just to keep a lot of our stamina and energy up here at Music Mondays, we do cap the show off at 4 hours. And the only thing that we do ask before you submit is that you follow Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. Again, not only does that help us grow as a community, but helps pay respect to everybody that does submit every week and already support Music Mondays. And plus, you have access to a great network of creatives and things like that. So that's the only thing that we do ask. And on top of it, we never have and we never will charge for submissions here on the show. You'll never see us asking for paid slots or da 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 da. That's kind of why we have the 4-hour show limit, right? Just because it's like I personally never felt it was right to do that, and especially like I like doing what I do, and I like doing reactions and reviews the way that I do them. So the 4-hour show limit was kind of a way to alleviate that pressure without going the cheap route, And of course, Patreon subscribers submissions played first each week. So huge shout out to all of our Patreons, King Mark, TDG, Cole, SLM, Blank Dot. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Music Mondays podcast logo by Aster. Huge shout out to Aster. Appreciate you, my friend. And I think the last thing you need to know is submissions close a couple hours before the show starts. So you have about 6.5 days to submit to the Music Mondays podcast, which I mean is about a week, but just keep that in mind. Again, we are a live show, so that's just to prevent any kind of late submissions or somebody like, yo, can I do this? Da, 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 da. And then, of course, we like to get a couple head counts just to see what the show's going to be like before we get started. So yeah, that's all the details on the Music Mondays podcast. And of course, feel free to ask us any questions and things like that. My track today is Wings to Ashes with the Zimverse. Just so you don't see the title and like heard this already. Zim kills it. Okay, bet. Say less, Blank Dot. I got you, baby. I got you. And actually, the first reply under this tweet that isn't a song submission is somebody asked, do you accept Spanish music? And we replied, while we are a primarily English-based organization, we've reacted to several tracks in many different languages, which is true. I've reacted to a German track, a Spanish track, definitely a Russian track. Of course, I like English is my only language, but I don't think that takes away from me reacting to it and, giving a review and a reaction to the best of my ability, right? So, no, we don't have any limits on that, and feel free to submit any Spanish or non-English speaking songs. You know what I mean? Like, shit. Anything goes. You know what I mean? So we're totally down. But, again, so let's get into this. You guys know the drill. Patreon subscribers go first. So, I think we're going in the order of Mark, and then Blank Dot, and then SLM, and then TDG, and then I think that's it. So, all right. Our first submission of the night and our Music Mondays Patreon King, Mark. Now, Mark has had a really good 2023. A lots of progression and lots of things really lots of things really changing for King Mark, and in a very good way. Mark has just been really sharpening the sword, if you will. Each submission has become higher and higher quality, but also a lot of the stuff that we love about King Mark. So I'm definitely excited to see what we got here. Mark submitted a track titled Friendly. Let's pop this open in a new tab and we'll check this out. Oh, it's a freestyle too. Okay, hold on. King Mark's staple cover, to be honest with you. Font's great. I like the raw photo that was chosen as well. Mark always does a really, really good job with these, for sure. Again, another classic. Lyrics and description. Okay. We got some lyrics to follow along. I'm down. Let's get into it. Exclusive, unreleased King Mark Friendly freestyle. This beat is hard. Damn, this is a King Mark mix? Okay, Mark. We got King Mark in the chat. What's good, baby? Hope you're well. It was good, was good. Um, this mix is fire. Let's go, Mark. Get a little mix and swag in there. Okay, okay, okay. Sheesh. Okay, okay. Um, some exclusive unreleased King Mark. All right, chat. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let's break this down. Let's break this down because much to talk about here. Okay, so um, we're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Friendly. So, man, oh man, oh man. Speaking strictly on instrumental, um, the mix is great. I'm not like shocked because like I know Mark has been practicing the mixing skills for quite a while, right? But like this one, I felt like I could notice it a lot. I felt like this mix was like just really crisp. Everything cut through really nicely. I noticed it with the instrumental, so well done, well done. Again, these two prods really killed it too because like you guys know how I feel about the collab instrumental kind of feeling as to where like sometimes you can just tell certain beats are 100% collabs, and this one is totally a lab for sure. Just because the melody's it's so wide and so prominent and just a really like well worked melody, um backed up by like some really solid bouncy drums that kind of keeps the track going. So these two definitely killed it for sure. The instrumental choice is a bit interesting. It's not a bit off. I definitely still think it brings that like electronic um dance like alternative pop vibe for sure, but I couldn't help but think R&B. You know what I mean? Like R&B was something where I was like this is definitely some like slow kind of like it was some different shit. It was some real different shit. So I like the instrumental choice. I don't think it was like out of the ordinary. Um it was definitely just different enough to notice. That's for sure. Um but Shining Star is 100% melody. I mean shit like look at the waveform. Like the waveform is so like perfect. Like you can just tell this mix is solid. Um, but Shining Star is definitely melody. Drums gave it a lot of good balance. I like the drum selection a lot, but melody kind of trumps all here for sure for me. Um, so instrumental great. Let's talk vocals. So again, like I said before, mix is great. Everything cuts through really nicely. I like the way Mark really makes this. Like this is like one of those uh standout mixes for sure. Um, I guess it wouldn't be as a shock if somebody else did the mix, but the fact that Mark did it is like, okay, okay. Um, so it'd be kind of like a cop out to say that the mix was a shining star, but I do really enjoy the mix. But one other thing though is Mark is so good at writing now and really like painting an easy picture to like get behind and imagine, and you're like, wow, okay, like a lot of this is so easy to like if you don't relate to it, you can picture it, which is like A1 songwriting. You know what I mean? Like A fucking one songwriting. Um, cause yeah, sometimes if you relate to it or if you don't relate to it, you'll be able to like, okay, like this is a bop, but not relating to it and still being able to picture it is like a whole other thing. Like a whole fucking other thing. So it's like, Mark Mark has really always had that knack as to where you can just see what Mark is trying to explain again, even if you're not really like relating to it a lot. So I enjoy the songwriting on this a lot. Um, man, I would even say the hook. I would even say the hook just because of the flow and cadence. Like I like the writing on the hook too, but the flow and cadence on the hook is definitely something where you're like it keeps the groove, but it complements the instrumental. So like there's a couple of things I really like about it. Um so I'm really tied between the mix and the hook, but the writing's also really solid. So there's a couple of things to talk about there in terms of Shining Star for Friendly, for sure. Um let's talk theme. So um I think one of my favorite things about King Mark covers as of lately has just been the fact that they're so consistent, and I can't see Mark really ever budging on this kind of style now. I mean, like you could even like switch up the style a little bit, and like it'd be like, you know, maybe like a couple different like colors or something like that, but this kind of like this like Eastern vintage car look has been like A1 by Mark for so long. I can't see it ever changing. You know what I mean? Like I genuinely can't see it ever changing. So King Mark back at it again with the great aesthetics. You know what I mean? Like back at it again for sure. Um so solid art definitely. Um Overall theme though. So Friendly is definitely one of those kind of like simple titles but complex kind of theme, right? Because it's like I would even say like the first two lines, bro, like JDM or die. Tim, what's good, baby? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Let's fucking get it, Tim. I hope you're well. Let's get it. Um, but yeah, like the first two lines, man. Like I would even say like the first two lines kind of really fully explain this, and you don't even gotta like um dive much more in, to be honest. Um, but in reality though, Mark definitely expands on this throughout the song and kind of feelings of, you know, holding yourself back as a person for somebody that you want to kind of like, yeah, be friendly to, but I don't know, like that's like a shitty feeling, you know what I mean? Like even like it's just one of those songs like you don't want to relate to, right? Like you really don't want to relate to this because it's totally a shitty feeling, and I think Mark kind of really hit the nail on the head when it comes to writing a track about a shitty ass feeling like this. You know what I mean? But not like expanding off of it like super deep. But I think Mark definitely got the point across. And when you cap it off with just like a simple kind of song title like "Friendly," I think it leaves a lot to the mind. And when you figure out that after listening to a song like this, it makes it satisfying because you're like, wow, like that's what Mark meant. So, again, kind of an ode to the great songwriting and great themes. So, well done, Mark. Well fucking done. And with that said, make sure you follow King Mark on SoundCloud. Mark is literally 4 away from 170. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on Twitter. Mark is literally 3 away from 290. We need to get Mark to 300, man. Like, where's that at? I'm sure Mark will give you a follow back, bro. Like shit. We're not egomaniacs around here, man. Go show Mark some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 Subaroonies on the main channel. And if you haven't, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, man. Exclusive Music Monday segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff available on the channel, man. So go show the channel and these are some love. And if you already have, thank you. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, tweeting us. Man, like tweet us my reaction, any segment from the show. Tweet us for sure. Tweet us absolutely. So yeah, make sure you go subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. Trying to hit that big 150. Continuing on our Patreon list, we got the homie Blank Thought. Now, Blank Thought has been fucking killing it in 2023. like from the musical output to working with vocalists to putting out their own music to cover arts to collabs to Music Mondays. Like, there's a lot that Blank Thought has done, and I've taken a lot of notice from it. And we have a lot of really good Blank Thought content coming out on just Music Mondays alone this week. So definitely be on the lookout for that. But what we're here for is Blank Thought submission. Now, this week, Blank Thought submitted Wings to Ashes. And according to Blank Thought, Zim kills it. So I guess we'll have to indulge and find out, won't we? I guess we'll have to. So, with that said, Blank Thought, Wings to Ashes. Let's get into it.
We're fighting for the same thing.
I'm not fighting for anything anymore except myself. I'm the only cause I'm interested in.
What he said.
Bodega, bacon, egg, and cheeses. 50-cent Lucy's and the stoop we use for meetings. Rolling around in hoopties, drinking brews and passing sour blunts. Been searching for that feeling for some years and I ain't found it once. It's just a memory, a ghost of what I was. An attempt to bottle lightning, ending too close to the sun, wings to ashes. I found so much acceptance in a place that's filled with madness. They said we raising killers, meanwhile we just raising caskets. Made a habit of skipping classes, straight ignoring what they teaching while I scribble in my pad. Parents mad that my only interest was English, kept on telling me to quit it, that rapping was just a fad. Sorry, Dad, but I'll be the best to ever bless a mic. Felt it in my soul from the first moment I blessed the scythe. In detention with a headphone hidden under my hood and several markers, I was up to no good. And I ain't changed much since, still the same punk kid with the frayed chucks that he's got a blade tucked in. Where I came up, you could get your grave dug quick. So when people imitate it, it don't make much sense. We was dying to get out and y'all are praying to get in. While we just trying to tell our story, I just use it for a trend. I'm just trying to get back to the feeling we had as kids when we would link up for a cipher. No notes, apps, and no pens, just a corner or a park bench, a hall or a set of stairs. Anybody step to the session, definitely getting aired. Debonair with a devil may care attitude. Fucking open verse or a challenge, I'd rather battle you. It's Cypher Cot.
Dude. That shit. Bad shit. Okay. Here we go.
Harsh critics, close my eyes, mind my own business, I'm cold with it. Sit and read hieroglyphics and dusty ass old civics. Put a clinic on for bitches with sinister bold visions. Looking for the freedom I had in my adolescence. Life lessons paved the way for many future life incentives. Centers keep me moving with things that I'm manifesting, often giving me hell. I guess my mental need to test the wings to ashes. No, you ain't cut from the same fabric. No, you're not spazzing, often acting so dramatic. Problematic placeholders think he over charismatic, but the penmanship is sharp. I'm flipping words like acrobatics. Khakis on my dunks, I guess some shit ain't never changing. Go and take it back to basics, probably better than your favorites. I'm hated and infiltrated, elated of sorts. So faded and liberated, I'm dying of course.
Wow. Okay. So this was crazy. So yeah. Let me go back to chat here. Now, with the Zim verse, just so you don't see the title, be like, heard this already, Zim killed it. So now, is this like a re-release or what's going on here? Or is there like a difference between the original? It was the single. So like my question for you is like why but we did an album verse with Zim. Oh, an album version. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I mean like I don't know how to feel about it now because that first verse is definitely like insane. So like I don't know if it takes away from Zim's verse or like maybe it would have better have been heard like um as like the full version off rip. Cuz now I don't know how to feel about it if I'm being honest. Now that I know that there's like another verse behind it, I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like especially as to where we've talked about the instrumental, we've talked about I Forgot. But like when it comes to Zim, that's a tough verse to kind of follow up. You know what I mean? Like that's a really tough verse to follow up. You know what I mean? Like this fool said, what do you say? We're, they say we're raising killers, but we're just raising caskets. Like that's a tough verse to follow up. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very conflicted, and I don't get conflicted often. Um, would it have just been better with just I Forgot? Mm, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, I suppose we could break it down. You know what I mean? Shit. I suppose we could break it down, like, because I mean, we've talked about the instrumental, we've talked about I Forgot, but um, when it comes to Zim, it's kind of interesting. Um, because when you lay it out like that again, and I hear it almost for the first time again, um, maybe I don't know, like maybe switching the verses would have been the play and let I Forgot go after Zim. Just because I felt like I Forgot definitely took the cake for this one, for sure. Like a lot of those lines were very fucking heavy. Very, very fucking heavy. Zim was very much like a just a different style. I felt like I Forgot was definitely more serious when it comes to writing in bars, and then Zim took a more metaphorical kind of different approach, which I definitely think complemented the track. But at the same time, when you come in so hot and emotional, again, like it's hard to follow that up. It's hard to follow that up, man. Like it's fucking hard. Just because I Forgot's writing on here was like really, really out of this world. Like really, really out of this world. Um, but when it comes to Zim, I definitely feel like they complemented each other. Um, definitely brought in an interesting dynamic for sure. Um, but when it comes to these kinds of tracks, right, as to where like we're kind of diving in on like a remixed version of a song that we've already heard, and having a verse try to follow up what I Forgot did is tough. It's fucking tough because like even hearing it back, it was like damn, like holy shit, like some of those lines are like but I do think Zim flowed just as well. Um, definitely brought like a different kind of energy though. Like I would even say Zim kind of took it back a notch. And I don't think Zim took away anything from this version. I just think that it was definitely like the whole song was going left and then Zim's verse is like, okay, let's just go right. So when you want to think in terms of like pure writing and lyrical content, I Forgot definitely has the superior verse here. So following up with a Zim verse is kind of rough. It's kind of rough. It's definitely not easy to swallow. Cause like picturing it as like a first time listener, right? And say I'm a fan of Blank Thought, and which I am of course, but Music Mondays and things aside. Say I'm a random listener, and I'm a huge fan of the original, right? Huge fan. And then we got Blank Thought over here, like, okay, you guys fuck with Zim, you guys fuck what I forgot. Here's, another verse on Wings to Ashes. And then, like, to me, like, if I loved I Forgot's verse, it would definitely take away from the song for me, for sure. And, like, there's always that aspect of, like, having, like, the album version and just, like, the regular version. But, like, at the same time, like, they're just kind of next to each other after that. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't one that kind of, like, is taking the lead over the other. Like, what's better, the original or the album version? So that's kind of like up for debate for supporters and things like that. Um, but yeah, this one was very interesting, very very interesting. I like the aspect of remixing. I just don't think and like it's not even there probably aren't many people that would have been able to top that verse when it comes to writing. Like, a lot of that writing was fucking crazy. Like, really crazy. Like, this fool wrote his heart out on that. So, yeah, off rip, solid, but the original definitely did it justice. Definitely did it justice, especially bringing, like, that synth to life and things like that. I'm not saying that it didn't need a second verse. What I'm saying is I Forgot definitely still takes the cake here for me when it comes to Wings to Ashes, for sure, in terms of, like, talking about a remix. Now, this might be a completely different conversation if it were just Zim on this track. You know what I mean? Like, this could totally be a different conversation if there was no I Forgot and it was just Zim. You know what I mean? So, kind of interesting there. But yeah, when it comes to Wings to Ashes, I would definitely say the original has a bit of an edge. But I mean, that's not to say that this takes away from the original. I would say the only way that that would be the case is if somebody really fell in love with the original, right? And then they found the other version and they were like, "Why is there two versions?" And da 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 da. You know what I mean? Because you know how people get, they get all tight and shit. So that's my take on it. But I like both versions for what they are. I do feel like um I do feel like I Forgot definitely destroyed this though. That's what I will say. I Forgot definitely laid a verse down on here that was impactful to, like, me as a listener, so probably a bit more biased. You know what I mean? Like, you could feel like the East Coast kind of, like, you know, just like it, it resonated with me as a listener more, but some people might take Zim's verse as more of a resonation. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why it's subjective. But when it comes to this track in particular, I Forgot completely, like, owns this, decimated it. It's over. So yeah, with that said, huge shout out to Blank Thought. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Blank Thought on Spotify, releasing music literally almost fucking every other week. Make sure you follow Blank Thought on Twitter. Blank Thought is literally 4 followers away from 850. So go show Blank Thought some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 150 Subarunis on the main channel, so we'll show the channel some love. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, Saturday, exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So we'll show the channel these are some love, my friend. And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Very interesting. Like Thought hit us with the left fielder there for sure, 100%. So we knocked out 2 of our patrons, King Mark and Blank Thought. Huge shout out to both of you. But up next, we got the homie SLM, and SLM has been hitting us with the fucking bangers, like, week after week after week. working on a project. We've gotten new visuals. Like, definitely one of the top alternative artists here on Music Mondays and in the community, to be honest with you. So I'm definitely excited to see what SLM has in store for us. Flockknopf and SLM still flocking. Hold on. What do we got here? Hold up. Some old stuff. I miss working on music with my roommates. Shout out Camden, aka Flockknopf, aka Skeleton, aka Ronnie Bobani, aka First Half Proud SLM. Flockknopf, goddamn, because I said so. Oh shit. 2021 shit, huh? Okay. 5 days ago. Oh man, you already know they were loaded in here. They were loaded, chilling for sure. We love the IRL aspect though, 100%. Okay, let's see what we got here. Flockknopf and SLM still flocking. Oh shit.
Just like the sound of it.
Yeah, no, that's right. I'll be honest, I'll tell the story just how I like. Yeah, and these guys are still in classes. How you let them beat you, they studying off their asses. History would tell you how this shit gon' go tonight. How the fuck my drink got any Sprite? And I think the DJ tweaking. School got a chapel, I couldn't tell you what the inside look like. Here I go again. Type of shit that make a bitch so mad. Thought we was friends. She would never give me okay, but did you get that joke I had? I'm a social nomad, distant, and it'd be different if I was socially honest with no bag. I just think everyone now and then should see me pop out. Then I'm back inside like Bo, putting pressure on myself, put these songs out. So that's what this song's about. That's what this about. I'm back out here, dropped off some bars with Flockknopf. We don't need to talk about.
Skelly T Flock on the phone. One thing about the house is I won't leave before I'm stoned. Getting known in your own time zone. We out of state, but this shit homegrown. Fucking deaf, I can't hear what you say. Sesh 2 times on a fucking Tuesday. Getting green strain, blue strain, fruit strains. No Bengals, but it's always fucking who day. I'm flocking up, goddamn, cause I said so. No shot in the shot of espresso. 20 grands left, I'm in the red zone. Got loud like the motherfucking head coach. Live fast, young F, been swag. Getting ticked, I'm a fucking tic-tac. Half a dozen bags, damn, that's a 6-pack. We got backs, we got Dutch, we got zigzags.
Bitch. Left in there too, let's go. Okay. I mean... Gassington, yeah, nah. For sure. So this one's kind of funny because it feels like one of those freestyle songs that you do make with your friends, but it's like way higher quality, if you know what I mean. Like, because we have like SLM and like the actual like creative process behind this, but it brings that kind of like freestyle session kind of feeling, and I think that's really cool. That's really, really cool. So yeah, with that said, let's break this down. Shout out Ghost Energy, man. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Still Flocking. So let's start with the mix. Mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything cuts through real nicely. Everything actually slaps real nice too. The bass is real solid here. Mix is tight and just really crisp. Our first half prod SLM. Okay, yeah. So definitely the melody. Cause I was gonna say the melody, but I didn't know if yeah. So definitely the melody for sure. It brings that like 2010, like early, like it's like kind of gangster rap feel, but like it's like a little bit of like alternative. It brings that like alternative element to it a little bit. The melody's everything though, super catchy. The drums bounce a lot, which I like. Sound selection on the drums were very solid. Everything complements each other real nicely. But that melody though, that melody definitely taking the cake for me. Definitely taking the cake for me. The mel's really well done. Yeah. See, well said. Old school Drake vibes. Yeah, like that early 2010, like 2011, 2012, like some like French Montana kind of melody. Like it was definitely on some like gangster shit, but wasn't quite there. But the melody fucking nails it for me. So yeah, melody's definitely a shining star when it comes to the instrumental. Instrumental very solid. Let's talk vocals though. So we got the homie Flock Knop and SLM. SLM brings some different vibes here. I this is okay. So 2021. Yeah. So this is definitely obviously like not brand new, but it's not exactly old. But I think the cool thing here is like we're getting like a glimpse of like early SLM, and like it's not much of a change when you consider like the style, because SLM is very rooted in a lot of like classic hip hop elements, but brings a lot of like poetry and cadence and different flows when it comes to lyrics. And I think that's something to note here because SLM really brings a little bit of both. Because this is very much a very like hip hop centered instrumental with a couple different elements. So SLM obviously went with that style, but you can still see like the glimpses of like the new age current SLM style, which I think is really cool because it's always fun to look back on people's work as to where, you know, on the show we obviously don't do that all the time, right? So with this one kind of being a little bit earlier, I felt like this was a nice little glimpse into seeing where SLM would eventually take their style, which I was like, solid. So I like that a lot. I like that. So, I mean, when it comes to vocals and strictly SLM, I enjoyed a lot of this just for the early aspect of it. But I do feel like SLM flowed really nicely. So flow and cadence has got to be a top one on here for me. Just due to the fact that it's not something we hear much from SLM these days. So, and again, it's not like it's a bad thing or SLM can or da 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 da. It's just not what the sound is right now. So when we get to look back on something like this, I totally take note of a lot of that small stuff. So, flow and cadence was great for SLM here. Flocknop was kind of funny because you could very much tell it was somebody in like the beginner stages of creating and just having fun and writing and just like getting used to like making music. And it's such a cool like experience, right? I think that's enough to like put a smile on anybody's face, like especially if you're like a musician out here that kind of has been doing this for a little while, right? And you hear somebody in their early stages and it'll always like, I don't know, for me like it puts a smile on my face, right? Just because if they keep going and you know they keep at it and just the progress is a beautiful thing, but at the same time, like, you just have so much fun in those early days, and that was something I noticed right off rip. Was this was a fun song to make? You know what I mean? A fun fucking song to make, which I liked. I liked that a lot. I mean, shit, Flocknob had the writing down, like, for sure had the writing down. I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? So huge shout out to Flocknob, man. Like, I really feel like if SLM and Flock were to continue making music, I have no doubt that Flocknob would be right up there. You know what I mean? Right up there with the flows, the delivery, the cadence, you know what I mean? But this was very much like a not like a freestyle kind of song, but a song as to where, like, it was just the early days. And it's really cool to see where SLM kind of, you know, originated from, and kind of like where all of that really came from, and really the style, if you will, you know what I mean? So I love that a lot. um so instrumental solid, vocals very solid. um let's talk theme. So theme, aesthetic wise, is great because we have SLM and Flocknob just kind of chilling, you know what I mean? We have this like, blurred out, like, distorted, like, party ass picture, bro. Like, they're probably loaded right here, just fucking having a grand old time. You know what I mean? Just like chilling with the homies, and like, I almost feel like this is like an ode to the description, you know what I mean? Like, I miss working on music with my roommates. You know what I mean? Shout out Camden, aka Flocknob. You know what I mean? So, like, I feel like the cover really says it all here for this, and I really like the cover a lot, just because of the nostalgia factor, if you will, you know. Um, so let's talk overall theme. Still Flockin'. Still Flockin' is kind of a funny title, just because um I haven't heard that phrase in, like, so long, and obviously it's like a ode to Flocknop, right? You know what I mean? So Still Flockin' is definitely one of those, like, this was very much a impromptu, let's just write a song kind of song, right? Like, there wasn't like a massive, like, overlying theme here, especially like early songwriting days. Like, that's just not how songwriting goes. Like, unless you're like some songwriting fucking prodigy, like, you're not writing like a fully fleshed out, like, story theme with a song. So this is definitely like one of those like I said, like, impromptu kind of like early tracks, as to where, like, you're just writing enough lyrics, and enough kind of like cohesive lines to be able to, like, actually deliver and perform it. And the fact that SLM and Flock were able to, like, really come together, and do something like this is like, mm, the future is bright, especially if Locknop, you know, ever comes back and wants to start cooking up with SLM. You know what I mean? Like, the style, and the enthusiasm, and the delivery is there. You know what I mean? Like, all of it's there. It's fuck. Music's a thing of repetition, right? So the more you do it, the better you're gonna get at it. And you know, I hope SLM gets the chance to work with the homies again, because that's quite the feeling, you know, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much, my friend. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. Literally 8 followers away from 50, a great milestone on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter, 9 away from 330. Also a great milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel. I think we're about 4 away. And we always try to subscribe back to anybody new that subs to the channel, so feel free to go drop a sub over there, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, so make sure you go show the channel and leave some love. And if you already have, you've been dropping likes, you've been dropping comments, you're like, Zom, I'm the only one who likes the fucking videos. I see you. I see you, and thank you. I see you. Personally. But, with that said, hop right back into it. I believe our last Patreon of the night is none other than the homie TDG. Let's fucking get it. So, TDG has been going really hard in 2023. To be honest with you, a couple collabs, cooking up instrumentals, laying down vocals, lots of really great fucking tracks. You know what I mean? So let's fucking get it. TG, what's good? I see you in the chat, baby. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. But yeah, TDG has been killing it in 2023. Extremely versatile, experimental hip hop artist, like for sure. We've seen a couple different styles from TDG, so I'm definitely excited to see what we have this week. Fraud by me. This ain't it, but I'm too numb to hate it. This ain't it. Beat. Okay. We got some more TDG production in this bitch. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. It's alright that it ain't alright. Okay. Art's fire. Art's definitely fire. Alright. Let's see what we got here. TDG. This ain't it. Oh wow, the bounce here. Wow. Damn. Solid outro too. Really solid outro. Okay. No vocals here, so we're gonna break this the fuck down. We're gonna talk about two things. We're talking about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of This Ain't It. So, man, much to discuss here. So let me start off by saying the mix is solid. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I like this mix where it's at. I feel like everything is nice and prominent. Everything knocks hard. Everything cuts through nicely. Nothing's really fighting too hard for space. I like the mix on this, for sure. Nice and crisp. Now, the bounce is everything here. Like, it's so bouncy, and um much like Mark said in the chat, this is a vibe, and I would even go a step further and say it's fucking groovy. You know what I mean? Like, it really has that it has that special kind of bounce, right? So that's due in part to a couple of things. The drums, the vocal chops, even the stutters, like a couple of things here are doing this track a lot of justice when it comes to flow and like how it bounces and things like that. Sound selection is really solid here. I like more specifically the sound selection in the drums a lot. I definitely um I definitely enjoy the 808 choice here a lot too. Um there's a couple of things that I would say are the shining star. I like the use of the vocal sample and how it's stuttering and how it's not throughout the whole track. I like how TDG gave this a bit of a break and, you know, spread this instrumental out a bit. It was almost like the vocal sample was used as like a main hook or like a drum. You know what I mean? So the repetitiveness of this instrumental isn't really prominent, which is a great thing, right? Like, you don't want the instrumental to be super repetitive and things like that. So when it comes to the vocal sample and the melody, I like how they trade off. And, you know, they're not like fighting with each other for space, but they're also not constantly like running throughout the whole fucking instrumental. You know, because sometimes you'll see producers do that shit and it just makes for a really repetitive song. And TDG definitely didn't do that. I feel like TDG gave enough variety here as to where you didn't notice the repetition, but the track was changing like ever so slightly throughout the whole thing here. So a lot of the small things were really nice about this. Like, again, the stutters, the vocals, um the melody might be the shining star though. Um just because it is such a great foundation for what followed, and I feel like if you like really pay attention to it when you listen to this instrumental, like the melody is like something that is so catchy that once you hear it, it's part of the song that you can't unhear. You know what I mean? So the melody is kind of important here for sure. Close second are the drums though, because the drums are very bouncy, which I enjoyed a lot for sure. Um, so yeah, as far as the instrumental itself goes, this is really well done. And it still brings like that kind of experimental hip hop vibe that we know from TDG, but it's not like way out of this world experimental as to where it's like, you know, like you got too much going on or some shit like that. Like, it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. It's the perfect amount of experimenting, but also like kind of pushing the ceiling of like what everybody's used to with regular hip hop, regular trap, things like that. Shit, like you could even like go like the slight like pop dance route a little bit with how bouncy these drums are. You know what I mean? Like it is a bit more fast paced. You know. So there is quite a mix of a couple different styles here from TDG, which I really liked. You know, so instrumental solid. Let's talk theme. So cover's crazy. Cover's definitely crazy. When it comes to aesthetics, it definitely brings the amount of chaos that is in this track, but also it kind of represents it nicely because it's not like this track is completely chaotic, but I feel like this represents the chaos kind of nicely. And especially as to where you just kind of, you know, use some like not like official kind of art for this because it is, you know, an instrumental. So sometimes, you know, you can just drop shit really kind of like impromptu, and you're just like, okay, it's just an instrumental. It doesn't need like super official cover art and shit like that. So and in relation to the instrumental, I do feel like the cover art was solid for sure. Um, Overall theme, this ain't it. It's all right, and that ain't all right. So this could be just like a temporary name and kind of like what TDG was feeling at the time and just what this, instrumental spoke to them like. Or this is what the actual song is going to be called. So this title could go one of two ways. You know what I mean? So this could be like definitely like how the instrumental made TDG feel, or like I said, the full song, if TDG uses this instrumental, could be called "This Ain't It." So couple of different things to speculate on there as like a listener, if you were kind of curious. But well fucking done. Well done, and huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. Literally 2 away from 980. So go show TDG some love. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is literally 6 follows away from 160 on the Bird app. So make sure you go follow TDG on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 150 subroonies on the main channel. Make sure you go show some love to the main channel. And like I said, man, we upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, all the good stuff's available every Thursday and Saturday. And for those of you that already have showed the main channel some love, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, and thank you, my friends. Let's fucking get it. So huge shout out to all of our Patreons that submitted tonight. We absolutely ran through you guys, and thank you for your submissions, my friends. We appreciate it, and thank you for being a Music Mondays Patreon, man. God damn it. So yeah, huge shout out to Mark, Blank Thought, SLM, and TDG for your submissions tonight. But with that said, we are on to the rest of our submissions. We have a whole pile of regular submissions to go through. So, you guys know the drill. We're about 2 hours into the show. So, before we get into the rest of our submissions, what we will do is we will take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. I'm going to need everybody in the chat to get up, go take a smoke break, go get a drink, go get a snack, go take a piss, go do whatever you got to do. In Music Mondays, episode 118, we'll be right back with the rest of your submissions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. Hope you had a good break. Hope you chilling. What the fuck is cracking? How we doing? We just got done with all of our Patreons, and now we are heading off into the rest of our submissions. So, King Mark already got taken care of. Huge shout out to Mark for being a Music Mondays Patreon. But, let's continue on. Up next, we have an artist by the name of Alunra. I feel like I've recognized this name before. Maybe a first time submitting artist. Maybe, or maybe they made it into SoundCloud Sunday. Something like that. But I want to say it is a first time submitting artist for sure. But regardless, they submitted a track titled "I Need You Now." Came out in 2023, so super brand new. Not old whatsoever. Interesting. Okay, let's get into it. Alundra, I Need You Now.
The streets run red on the night as you went out, and I've been left on red since you left the house. I need you now, so I call your friends just to find you whereabouts, and they told me you left, getting close to an hour ago. You didn't.
Damn.
I wish that I could talk to you one last time, let you know you were my favorite pastime. If I knew that this had happened in the past, I would do things differently, be a different me, but I didn't. My train of thought is diminished. I need you now. I don't wanna live inside this nightmare anymore. I'm getting call after call, and I'm sitting in a ball on the floor. I never should have chose to ignore all the signs that you were giving before you closed the door. Watch the clock, wanted to stop, cause it means we're further apart. Look at the stars and never is dark, so I can see you from afar. Still in my heart and pumping my blood, so I can continue on warm. You in my arms without any harm is all that I ever could want. Watch the clock, wanting to stop, cause it means we're further apart. Look at the stars and never is dark, so I can see you from afar. Still in my heart and pumping my blood, so I can continue on warm. You in my arms without any harm. I don't wanna live inside this nightmare anymore. I'm getting call after call, and I'm sitting in a ball on the floor. I never should have chose to ignore all the signs that you were giving before you closed the door. I need you now.
Not what I was expecting, but definitely slapped your boy in the feels. This was beautiful. This was extremely beautiful, actually. Wow. So, Jesus. Not every Monday we get submissions like this. So, with that said, let's break this down. we're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of I Need You Now. Wow. Where do you even start? So, realistically, when it comes to the instrumental, the mix is solid. Really, really fucking solid. Everything's really nice and tight, well-rounded, really crispy, especially bringing that, like, real acoustic feel. The instrumental mix is really, really stellar. So, not a thing I would even touch there, like, at all. Perfect instrumental mix, for sure. Throughout the whole track as well. Melody might be the shining star just because it really sets the stage for a lot of the emotion that preceded when it comes to the vocals. So melody's everything here. I love the structure as well. Before we talk about vocals, the structure on the instrumental is really well done. Has like a nice build up to it, and then it kind of finishes out with a nice kind of well constructed feeling. You know what I mean? Because the first couple of minutes are a big build up, and then it kind of finishes off in a really strong way. So the structure of the instrumental is a close second for sure, but melody is definitely shining star here. So an instrumental very solid. Let's talk vocals though. Powerful fucking vocals. Mix is great. Again, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything cuts through real nicely. A real crisp vocal mix for sure. So again, whoever engineered this whole track did a stellar job for sure. Man, I am torn between writing and flow and cadence really being the top two here for me. Both of those are really big parts of these vocals, but the writing I think is really what kind of put it over the edge for me. Especially the hook. I feel like the hook is really well written and kind of sums the track up real nicely, and I think this artist just kind of really expanded upon the hook with these verses. So writing is a huge part here. I would definitely say that writing is a shining star, definitely. So instrumental very solid, writing definitely very solid. Overall theme, so aesthetically this is the perfect kind of cover for this kind of track. Kind of like the late night suburban neighborhood kind of cover, a little bit of foliage, a little bit of like nostalgia mixed with maybe some probably like sentimental value. So I love these kind of covers for these kinds of tracks. I do feel like this aesthetic is completely on point, 100%. The overall theme, I Need You Now, if it wasn't obvious enough, definitely the everlasting struggle of kind of moving on from a person, but also at the same time not moving on. A little bit of a struggle of really kind of dealing with what's best for you and what's best for the other person. You know what I mean? And all of that is kind of like different with each situation, right? But I do think this is one of the better songs that I've heard somebody write and perform that kind of expands on that feeling. I think this is a very honest and raw song. I feel like this is a ballsy song to put out, just because it's explained so well. Not that it's like, because like putting out emotional songs is always a good thing, and I think, because you guys know how I feel about these kinds of tracks. But when it comes to being so honest, it's just one of those songs that like it's just important, man. It's just important. Kind of like I always talk about here on the show, like a lot of you know, music for most artists is very much therapy. And it's a way for them to get their feelings out in a healthy way. And you know, even if everything else in your life is unhealthy, I think music is still a really easy way to be healthy. You know what I mean? Because you can get a lot of shit out in a lot of songs. And I feel like this is another great example of somebody actually like putting their feelings on the front line and having that freedom to be able to say whatever they want, however they want to say it, no matter how bad they're hurting, sad, mad, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So this is a real powerful theme for me as a listener, and I'm sure for a lot of people as a listener. So well done. Well fucking done. With that said, make sure you follow Alruna on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Alruna on Twitter as well. They are approaching literally 10 or 160. So 10 away. 10 away from 160, man. Go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Approaching 150 sub reviews on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, all that good stuff is available on the channel. And if you already have showed love to the channel, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And thank you. I see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. If you couldn't tell, that definitely caught me off guard there. Wow. What a track. Yeah. That was definitely one of the more insanely kind of emotional tracks that I've heard in a minute. Submissions wise, for sure. So let's continue on. Up next, we got the homie Patterns, aka Lil Wet Wet. Again, somebody who's been destroying 2023. We've gotten the chance to react to a lot of their self-directed music videos, a couple of their singles from their latest project, a whole lot of good stuff, man. Wet Wet's definitely somebody I'm a big supporter of and somebody I look forward to reacting to every week. But yeah, definitely a leading scorer in 2023, that's for sure. But this week, Wet Wet submitted PBJ, a short film. So let's check this out. Let's see what we got here. Hold up. Pop this open a new tab. Minute 28. Hold on. What we got here? Let's 1080p this, okay? And then we'll fucking check the description. Brought by Homecoming Queen, we love that. Directed, edited, and cinematography by Lil Wet Wet, we love that. Makeup by AZ, we love that. Got some love in the comments. Okay. A minute 28. So we got a short little banger right here. Okay, hold up. Let's see what we got here. Lil Wet Wet, PBJ.
Famous as you, not as slutty as me. All the things that I don't remember, all the things that you just can't see. 'Cause I'm not as famous as you, and you're not as slutty as me. All the things that I don't remember, all the things that you just can't see. 'Cause I'm not as famous as you, and you're not as slutty as me. All the things that I don't remember, all the things that you just can't see.
Fuck it, dude.
Who else got it, huh?
The watermark at the end is fire. This was cool though. This was really really cool. This is the first time we actually got to react to this on the show. So, let's break this down because this is really interesting. I have a couple things to say about this in particular. When it comes to this being a short film slash visual. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall visual and theme we have going on here. So the instrumental, Prada Homecoming Queen, yeah. So I love this instrumental for a couple of reasons. For one, the mix is really, really solid, super crisp. Everything cuts through real nicely when it comes to vocals, things like that. But the sound selection is like really solid. I think the sound selection is like top tier. We've reacted to enough Homecoming Queen instrumentals now to really kind of get the gist, and it's really not a shocker that the mix is really solid and the sound selection's on point. But I think what really pushed it over the edge for me was the choice of 808. When it comes to the 808 slash bass, like this was like perfect for this track. Because the other drums just gave it that bounce, and the 808 just took over like front and center when it comes to really like making you pay attention to the instrumental. And it gave it a little bit of a groove too, you know what I mean? Because by the time like the hook came back around, you were already like used to that like really hard, slightly muddy 808, so you were like expecting that to roll back in. And that's just one of those signs of like really like catchy production for sure. So Homecoming Queen definitely did a really good job when it comes to the instrumental, 100%. So vocals, this is a very interesting song because we've reacted to enough Lil Wet Wet content as to where we kind of get the gist of what Wet Wet's capabilities are, right? And this one is more laid back, and I think the whole performance and delivery aspect is taking more of a front line here, because the songwriting is like relatively like laid back compared to like what we're used to, because we always have these like really like really like insane lyrics and kind of like interesting stories that we get told by Wet Wet in certain songs. But this one again kind of takes a laid back approach, and that's why I say vocals themselves and kind of delivery and performance take a front line here. And like I said, by the time the hook comes back around for like the second or third time, you're like, damn, this is catchy as shit. And there's like, you know, like a couple of lines of lyrics to remember. So like I feel like this is so tippable because the songwriting is like relatively like just easy to understand, but the way it's performed is like making it so catchy. Like by the time the hook rolls around for the second time, that shit's already in your head. You know what I mean? Like that shit's already like, you already got that memorized, and it's bouncy and it has flow, and it's like, okay, like this is like proving that Wet Wet can really do anything when it comes to songwriting and performance and kind of make it tangible and have substance, right? And I think the hook is definitely the shining star here, just because it's so catchy and like it kind of like it, you'll memorize it like that, like it'll get stuck in your head like super easy. But I think what kind of supports the whole factor of this being more of a performance and like a showcase of vocal ability is because this visual is backed up with a great performance, right? Like I think this visual kind of summarizes like everything that's going on in here. Now, I want to talk about Wet Wet as a director for a second and how tippable this video is. and not for the reasons that you might think I'm gonna say. Like, yeah, the editing is nice, and we have lyrics at the bottom, and the shots are great, but I think the whole idea of this and what was filmed is really, really out of this world. For a couple reasons. Like, you can tell the director side of Wet Wet came out here, like, more than usual in some of the things that we get to see on the show. Because, like, right there, for instance, right there. So, when it comes to shots like this, right, where we have the PBJ cover, more Wet Wet footage, and then we start getting these, like, basic, like, house, like, apartment clips. The sink, the jelly, the pan. Like, those shots give so much context and, like, understanding to what this song is. And kind of, like, the relation to, like, PBJ and, like, what this actually means lyrically. So I feel like Wet Wet did a really good job kind of cross-pollinating the two and really bringing a visual that made sense for a song called PB&J and with a hook like PBJ. So it's like, damn, hold on, what's going on here? So you have a lot of things relating here in this track that, like, I feel like you might pick up on the first listen and then sometimes you might not. But I think those, like, subtle shots of the crib and just kind of, like, doing the whole, like, peanut butter and jelly thing really put this over the top for me. Because you could have easily done, like, the patterns footage with, like, just the face shot and then just, like, the bed shot. And it would have been just as cool. But the extra added house shots and, like, the whole, just the kind of, like, ambient aesthetic shots of just, like, the pan and the smaller shit that was, like, well done. You know what I mean? Because, like, that shit right there is like, worth it. Like that was, like, the director, Wet Wet, coming out being like, yo, we should do this. Like, nah, we need a cool shot like this. And it came out nice. It came out really, really fucking nice. And it was simple enough as to where it wouldn't fucking... You're not going to be stressed about doing this. Like, this would actually be really cool to do. You know what I mean? Like, and the shots came out, like, really sick. So yeah, I really enjoy the visual and the overall theme kind of surrounding this. Because the lyrical content was there and the hook fucking delivered, but I feel like pairing it with this short film gave it so much context and made it, like, impossible to not enjoy. You know what I mean? Like, across any listener, like, you're gonna, like, either A, enjoy the sound, or B, enjoy the short film, and you're like, wow, that was really well done. And, like, with 90% of it being DIY, right? Like, I mean, shit. Prod Homecoming Queen, directed, edited, and cinematography by Wet Wet, makeup by Bug, and shot by Wet Wet and Bug. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, a good, like, 70% of that was fucking DIY. So, like, that's really cool. Creatively, anyway. You know what I mean? Shout out Homecoming Queen, of course. But, like, creatively and like, the creative direction, like, man, I done knocked it out of the park here with this one in, what, fucking a minute 28? So, well done. With that said, huge shout out to Patterns, aka Lil Wet Wet. Make sure you go sub to Patterns on YouTube. Literally, like, 16 away from 300 subaroonies on the channel. And make sure you follow Patterns on Twitter as well. Patterns is 4 away from 340. Make sure you go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And for those of you that already subbed the channel, been showing the channel some love, you guys are amazing, and thank you, thank you, thank you, and I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Continuing on, my friends, let's get right back into it. Up next, we have a very, very much first-time submitting artist, Big Red, aka Sawyer George. Crude Crud Pop, Sawyer George, Neon Strawberry Lemonade, and we got a song link here. Okay. Let's check this out. Damn. Okay, let's pop up with SoundCloud and see what we got over here. Sawyer George. A Crud Pop sounds like drinking a video game. Neon Strawberry Lemonade by Sawyer George. Brought by Cade. Mixed by Loki Aid. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Neon Strawberry Lemonade, Sawyer George. Let's go. Okay.
Can't touch me like cactus. It done get a little prickly. Playing games, try tricking me. I did every trick in the game. That game ass tricking me. I got rich, that's not the same. ID. Red, long time there. Whoa, yeah. Cold world, yeah. Finna slow. Yeah, that video, high truck with the gold. Yeah, you spreading them lies, you gotta go. Now, yeah. I ain't so high. Cheese, I got lactose in my pockets. Damn, I ain't need a raincoat cause she got water. Yeah, Big Red is the one fucked up blogger. Yeah, she tryna find love, but I lost her. That bitty left got an update roster. Yeah, bullshitting like a kid, you are a foster. Yeah, I'm a grown man, shit act like Tyler. Yeah, had a few low points, but we get higher. Way up, I ain't so high. Higher, yeah.
This one was interesting. This one was definitely interesting. I agree, Mark. The vocal mix was definitely crisp as fuck. Um, First time submitting artist Sawyer George, Neon Strawberry Lemonade. Let's break it down. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Neon Strawberry Lemonade. Okay, so the instrumental. Prod by Cade. Big shout out Cade because this was an instrumental that had so much personality, like so much fucking personality. Structure was solid, mix was solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. I like the drum selection as well. I definitely feel like the 808 was perfect. The Mel definitely did it for me though. Mel might be the shining star. Totally makes it like a prominent, you know, like it just made for one of those hooks that was like super easy to remember, and you just kind of like were able to ride this beat like a bike just because of the melody. You know what I mean? Like the melody really brought it here, but when it comes to the drums, I definitely feel like that was another like really like well done kind of aspect of the instrumental. Like I said, sound selection, and the 808 was like a perfect choice. So yeah, Mel definitely takes the cake here for sure. Brings that kind of like rage, kind of like alternative trap feel for sure. So instrumental very solid. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals are kind of interesting here because we have a very crisp vocal mix. Super solid. Everything cuts through nicely, nothing clashing too overbearing. Nothing's fighting with each other. I feel like they sit really nicely on the beat. So Loki ad definitely did a really good job for sure. So shout out Loki on the mix here because everything bangs for sure. Vocal wise though, this track was kind of interesting because you could tell it's definitely more of like a turn up kind of track. It's like more one of those like a party centered kind of tracks mixed with like again, a little bit of a rage, kind of like Plug feel a little bit. But it's kind of interesting, the approach here, because we have like a hook that like totally has like a ton of substance in it, and it's like it has like a ton of energy. And then the verses are just kind of filling in the gaps pretty much. And then the hook comes back in, and it totally like is gonna be one of those tracks where like you could play at a party and it would bang. It would definitely bang. When it comes to vocals though, it's definitely um one of those tracks where the hook kind of dominates, and kind of like makes you remember the hook whether you want to or not. You know what I mean? Like the hook is definitely like one of those catchy parts where like you'd be walking around the crib and you'd be singing, you'd be like, you know what I mean? So like it's definitely one of those for sure. So I'd have to say the hook's definitely a shining star here. 100%. Let's talk theme though. So I know this is a album cover. I believe so. Let's double check if this is the album cover though. Yeah, it is. Okay. So again, definitely album cover worthy for sure. Throw the parental advisory on there. You have like a nice 1080p like HD shot. Cover was a good choice, you know what I mean? Like shit. Especially with like the neon strawberry lemonade and like the whole lemonade kind of vibe. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Um so aesthetics on point, especially for a project. Neon strawberry lemonade. I mean, this is definitely one of those tracks where like the song title like doesn't necessarily need to relate to like what the track's like substance is. This is more so in line with the theme of the whole project, which is fine. I don't necessarily think that song titles need to define a song. Like you could call a song Barbecue Doritos and have it be about, some tragic historical event. You know what I mean? Like you really could name your songs whatever the fuck you want to name them. You know what I mean? And it's not going to take away from the fact of it's a banger or not. But this one, as far as like a theme goes, not really. But again, it's not really meant for that. It's definitely more of like a turn up, kind of keep in line with the whole project kind of title, which I like. You know what I mean? Not sacrificing the vision is kind of what's going on here. And keeping in line with the theme, which I really enjoyed. You know what I mean? So huge shout out to Sawyer George. Thank you so much for your first time submission, my friend. Make sure you go follow Sawyer on SoundCloud, literally 3 away from 590. And of course, make sure you follow Sawyer on Twitter, literally 3 away from, or actually approaching 1.2K on Twitter. Damn, let's get it, Sawyer. Go show Sawyer some love on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive podcast segments, full episodes, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you've already been showing the channel some love, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. Continuing on, let's fucking get it, baby. So, up next, we have a first-time submitting artist, 84 Wheels. Hey, check out that man, Just Woes. Now okay, so this is even prod Just Woes too, so this is a self-prod track. Let It Ride, featuring Josh Alias, prod Just Woes. Thanks for listening. Songs available on Spotify and shit too. Let's get it, Just Woes. Okay. Let It Ride, featuring Josh Alias, prod Just Woes. First time submitting artist. Let's go.
Yeah, I've been a go-getter since I
Oh
had no
shit.
cheddar. All we cared about was OJs and low sweaters. Lots changed, but mainly just to flow better. I'm from a place where you learn to love the cold weather. Cause when it's hot, you see more stretches. They like just so love like it's sketches. My whole team nice, God bless us. Yeah, there's no question. Lot of cats on my messages that I won't mention. Yeah, there's no pretending that the love real. I spit poetry that the kids bump and the thugs feel. Opportunities scarce, so the drug deal. But trust, we don't judge here. We wish them well and we keep it moving. Thoughts race while I'm cruising. Lord, give and take who we choosing next. Got me thinking, got me worried. See too many of my homies buried. First they wait to show respect, but probably cause I got that regret. I couldn't save them. But for now, I pray for their souls. Amen. Hey. Hey, got regrets cause I couldn't save them. But for now, I just pray for their souls. Amen.
I'ma let it ride. I wouldn't ever want it otherwise. Golden colored sky. Looking out the window, smoothie on the drive. Just let it ride. I wouldn't ever want it otherwise. Golden colored sky. Looking out the window, smoothie on the drive.
Yellow sky, feel wanderlust. Small goals can make a mission. Artist in his bones, he wrote a verse to get his fix in. Watering the plants on his plot so they all start lifting. The shadows are gonna set him fast if we don't pay attention. That was me though. Quick drop the ladder, bitch. I've been countless times in this rut and can't get out of it. Heard nothing's free, so what you want out of this? Been asking questions in my head and now I'm shouting out. Thought he knew it, but there was more, and the surface was just a front. Cause behind the curtain, potential was endless, just like the love and the places that it would take and would satisfy deeper lust. It was always present, just something built differently in his guts. They think it's easy. Won't say that straight though, like life's a freebie, cause nothing pays. So me, it's been years working hard to make the pain go away. For the lost ones, share a thought or pray. Amen, amen. That's why I'm putting in all this work today. I had to come through a mind, looking out the window to the sky.
I'ma let it ride. I wouldn't ever want it otherwise. Golden colored sky. Looking out the window, smoothie on the drive. Just let it ride. I wouldn't ever want it otherwise. Golden colored sky. Looking out the window, smoothie on the drive.
Well fucking done. Like, this is definitely like one hell of a first time submission. I'm not gonna lie. Much to discuss here. So, let's talk about it. First time submitting artist just woes. So, I think one of the dopest things about this too is the fact that this is Prod Just Woes. So, we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Let It Ride. So, let's talk instrumental. Instrumental is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Really solid, crisp mix when it comes to the instrumental for sure. Definitely, gave like a solid foundation for these two to spit pretty much whatever they wanted, but it was also kind of like a laid back vibe. With the vocal sample as well. So there was definitely a couple things here that were like standout-ish, like 100%. Totally stood out to me anyway. But man, I would say either the melody or the vocal sample is definitely the shining star when it comes to the instrumental. The drums were a great bounce, and I like the drum selection itself. But the vocal sample and the melody pair so well together. So that's definitely a shining star for sure. Let's talk vocals though. Because this is a great duo. This is a great duo. For a couple of reasons. But first off, vocal mix is great. Again, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Whoever mixed this, when it comes to vocals and the instrumental, did a really solid job. 100%. So, when it comes to vocals, and Just Woes, like, I feel like the songwriting was so good here. Nothing but really clever bars and punchlines mixed with some like really well written lyrics that were like delivered and flowed in like such a mature veteran kind of way. Like this is definitely like not a brand new artist or an artist that like just started making music yesterday. 100% not. So that's what I really like about this. Writing just might be the shining star, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, delivery probably a close second for sure. I really like the delivery here, but the writing from Just Woes is everything here. But when it comes to the feature with Josh, I thought this was a really cool dynamic because when it comes to a feature, as long as they're adding to the song and not really like trying to like do what you do on the track and like, you know, kind of not add any value, it's fine. And I feel like Josh added a ton of value because it was like a style that blended so well with Just Woe's kind of like bar for bar kind of rapping style. Um, you know, I feel like people try to like mix styles together. And sometimes it work and then sometimes it doesn't work. And it's just like, you know, it can go a lot of ways when it comes to a feature. But I think Josh being melodic on here and kind of taking a little bit of a different flow and cadence approach, I feel like did this song like so much justice. Like so much justice. And it made for a little bit of variety too. Um so I thought that was nice. I feel like Josh added a lot to this song, and it was definitely a pleasure to like hear like the switch up and then kind of remember like Just Woe's like really insane writing. So it was like, oh yeah, so this is a really good duo type shit, you know what I mean? So I feel like they both had a nice place on this song a lot. Um so instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics, relatively simple but super effective cover. Like we have both Just Woes and Josh here on the cover and kind of have like the little collage design going on with a regular font, and I think that again does it justice, like for sure. It's not too much, it's not, you know, trying to tell a story. I feel like this is like the perfect kind of aesthetic for a track like this. So A1 on the cover. I definitely think you nailed it there as well. um when it comes to overall theme, Let It Ride, again, much like a couple submissions ago, is a relatively like simple title for a much more complex track. I feel like Just Woes and Josh kind of had their own perspectives on theme, but they definitely came together on the whole kind of Let It Ride kind of aspect of the song. And you know, it's not necessarily like a standout theme, but I do feel like they both kind of kept coming back to the phrase "let it ride," or even just kind of expanding on it through their lyrics. So I feel like "Let It Ride" was like the obvious title, but I feel like the song explains it more deeper, and these two both have different kind of perspectives on how they went about writing. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like where the two styles came in and worked like so well together. So theme was on point here, 100%. With that said, huge shout out to Just Woes. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Just Woes is literally 5 away from 530 on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow 84 Wheels for submitting this track. Literally 5 away from 230. Let's fucking get it, baby. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And we're approaching 150 subroonies on the main channel, so yeah, consider subscribing. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. Let's fucking get it, baby. And of course, if you've already subscribed and been showing love to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, dropping likes on our videos, dropping comments, I see you, we see you, and we thank you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. So, let's get into it. Up Next, we have a first time submitting artist, the Tengu God. And this is definitely an artist where they've been going crazy on Music Mondays posts. They've been supporting Music Mondays for quite the last couple of days. So I'm definitely excited to see what the Tengu God has in store for us. It would be dope to hear some feedback on this one. 666 demo. Okay. Let's see here. So first time submitting artist, the Tango God. Kind of an interesting cover, I won't lie. Interesting. So 2023, relatively new. Let's get into it. The Tengu God 666 demo. Let's go.
Watch while I meditate. Lift me up. Watch while I meditate. Right up off the ground while I'm puffing on the smoke. Blowing like spilt. Rubber testing going on. The fucker don't tell me nothing. Going around, wrapping it up, turning it down, breaking that weed down, sparking it up.
I be going all in. When I'm on my NPC, I get my back rubbed. When I'm on my NPC, when I'm on my NPC, I get my back rubbed. From my girl love, I be cooking right.
Measuring the hit right between the both poles, breaking up the weed while we going all in. Keep it celebrate. Watch while I meditate. Lift me up. Watch while I meditate. Going all in. Lift me up.
Probably gonna get no respect until I'm deep underneath the streets. Mean in the streets, I'll be going all in, making beats while I sleep. Going all in, I'm a motherfucking sound soldier to the end. DTG rapping to the dawn. On and on. DTG rapping to the dawn. On and on. Yeah, DTG rapping to the dawn. Flavors untold, beats unknown. I be going all in till I'm motherfucking too old. Dusty, dirty in the streets. I be rocking till I'm motherfucking 6 feet deep. Probably gonna get no respect until I'm 6 feet deep underneath the streets.
When I'm on my NPC, I get my back rubbed. When I'm on my NPC, when I'm on my NPC, I get my back rubbed. From my girl love, I be cooking right.
On and on. DTG rapping to the dawn. On and on. Yeah, DTG rapping to the dawn. Flavors untold, beats unknown. I be going all in till I'm motherfucking too old. Dusty, dirty in the streets. I be rocking till I'm motherfucking 6 feet deep.
Blowing like spilt, rubber testing going all in, yum. Lift me up.
So this was a trip. This was definitely interesting for sure. Let's break it down. So we're gonna talk about 3 things. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of 666 demo. Okay. So let's talk instrumental. I noticed that Tengu God's bio says music producer, so I'm gonna assume that this was self-prod. So let's talk about it. Mix was solid. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Everything cuts through nicely. I like the mix on this a lot, especially when you consider the instrumental. The instrumental itself was kind of interesting because it had a lot going on. It almost was giving me experimental kind of vibes for sure. Experimental with a little bit of like house and hip hop elements mixed with some kind of like almost funk kind of vibe. It was definitely a loaded kind of instrumental for sure. But I feel like the melody definitely was something that was super catchy and like totally like rememberable. Melody might be the shining star here for sure. But again, the mix was solid when you consider like how much was going on in this instrumental. So that's super super tippable. But yeah, Melody's probably the shining star here, definitely. Structure was decent as well. But let's talk vocals here. So this is kind of an interesting vocal approach. I feel like this was again slightly experimental, much like the instrumental was. Experimental in the aspect that like there was like 3 different vocal mixes throughout this track, and they were all around like the same kind of either bars or lyrics, or kind of just like bringing back the hook in like a different way. So the structure for this was like really interesting. It was very much like kind of a party song, but at the same time kind of like a very much like almost had like a slight darker vibe to it for sure. But the varying vocal mixes were kind of interesting. But when it comes to the vocals themselves, the mix was pretty solid, nothing clashing too bad. Nothing overbearing, nothing kind of like fighting for space or anything like that. But yeah, I would say structure is the shining star here. I like the way everything was structured out, being such an unconventional kind of track. I feel like this is definitely structured in the best way that you could have possibly structured it, while like sticking to the vision that you wanted as an artist. So I think that's really solid. Let's talk overall theme. So when it comes to aesthetics, I definitely feel like this brought like a funk, kind of like dark, almost like slightly horror vibe for the cover. Especially with like the IRL photo in the back, and then you just kind of like do some slight like graphical edits. I feel like the cover definitely nailed it when it comes to bringing that like darker vibe for sure. So aesthetics are on point. Overall theme, 666 Demo is kind of one of those titles that's like more for the artist than it is for the listener. It's just kind of like one of those creative decisions that kind of goes with like how they picture their song. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like certain creative decisions are like made solely with the artist in mind. And I think that's the great thing about music is you can do that. You know what I mean? Like you can make creative like choices like for your track that don't have anybody else in mind about yourself. You know what I mean? And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I definitely think that's what the Tango God did here for sure. But yeah, well done. This was a cool first time submission. Much love to the Tango God. Make sure you follow them on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow them on Twitter. They are literally 5 away from 450. That is a great milestone. Make sure you follow the Tango God on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 150 subroonies on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel some love, my friends. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, man. Every Thursday and Saturday, so consider subscribing. We upload exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And for those of you that already have subscribed, we thank you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. Let's fucking get it. So, continuing on, we have another first-time submitting artist, Michael Manago Art, who has done a lot of work for another artist by the name of SLM. And actually, we have a SLM track hosted on the Music Monday SoundCloud with some Michael Manago art. So we're pretty familiar with Michael's artwork and kind of their art direction, if you will. So it'll be a pleasure to break down some recent pieces. But Michael submitted some of the recent artworks. dropping a quick tweet, digital prints, paintings, art, and stuff from Portfolio Day earlier this month. Well, son of a bitch! Let's take a look. A little bit of love here. A little bit of love here in the comments. We love that. Portfolio Day. Check out some of my favorites. And again, this is somebody who's done a lot of work for SLM and who just has this like wonderful fucking style. Like Michael Monago art literally you know, has this thing that, you know, some artists do where their style is beyond unique. Like beyond fucking unique. It's not abstract, it's just almost filled with so much fantasy and beautiful aspects that make you kind of like wander your mind. Like this piece here has so much going on, but it's so easy to understand, right? Because you could start at any like corner of this piece right here, and you're gonna be able to really like see what the fuck is going on. And actually, what we'll do for this segment is I'll take off my face cam and we'll be able to fully indulge in these pieces here. So that's what we'll do. So yeah, this first piece is great. Like this first piece is absolutely gorgeous. I like the color palette as well. Kind of a mix of brighter colors. Let's check out the second one though. This one this one is actually cooked. This is probably one of those ones that took ages, but like it didn't matter because it was so much fun. You know what I mean? Like it probably definitely took a long time, but it had to have been so much fun. You know what I mean? It had to have been so much fun. And it has this kind of like classical feel to it. I don't know what it is. It has like this classical kind of feel to it. And the color palette here is great. You know, you have your reds, blues, and whites. Like this one is like really out of this world. Kind of has like an Arctic, slight like mathematic, scientific feel. Definitely. And again, this one, holy shit. Yeah, wait, hold up. This is cooked. Wait, this one's actually cooked. Come on. Come on. What the fuck? So this one's kind of, the more you look at it, the more you're going to understand. And all the finer details. Like, everything's connected. Literally everything is connected by dotted lines, or lines in general, or other shapes. And then, like, the foreground is this, like, look at the figure up here holding on to like the ceiling panel. Like what the fuck? Like this one's about the finer details for sure. The finer details here are excellent. Like excellent. And again, it probably took fucking ages, but it doesn't really matter because Michael was probably having a lot of fun actually, you know, creating. This one looks like some SLM kind of art, though. That's for sure. This one definitely looks like some SLM kind of art because of the oranges. You know, SLM's always gravitating towards the oranges and the yellows and that sort of aspect of things. So I like this one a lot too. This one's bringing more of a futuristic vibe, but definitely keeps the whole Michael signature when it comes to their style and theme. Again, this one feels very connected. Like anywhere you look on this piece here, you feel like you're seeing more and more detail, but everything's connected. Everything is so fucking connected. I could see why these were some of Michael's favorites 100%. I can definitely see why. So when it comes to this kind of art, this is definitely something I would like to recognize a lot more here on the show. You know, if you're a graphic designer out there that wants a little bit of recognition, you want the people to find out where you're at, or you just want a chance to get put in a YouTube video and have your store in the description, feel free to submit to us, because I want to get a lot more graphic designers, artists, and any kind of designers really here on the show. So huge shout out to Michael Monago Art. Make sure you follow Michael on Twitter at Monago Art. Literally 6 away from 280. So great milestone. And of course, all these links will be in the description as well. So if you're interested in some Michael Monago artwork, you're looking to commission them, check the description, and make sure you go show Michael some love on Twitter. And per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 150 stubberoonies on the main channel, my friends. And if you haven't, man, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go check out the channel and go show these artists some love. And if you already have, we appreciate you, and we thank you, and we see you, and we love you here on Music Mondays. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, continuing on, we have the homie Flux. Man, it's been ages since I've spoke to Flux, man. Flux is an artist I interviewed probably like 4 fucking years ago, bro. It's been a while. It might be like 2018 or 2019. Oh man, yeah, it's definitely been a while. So huge shout out to Flux, man. A really great alternative cloud kind of artist. Multi-talented as well, designer, a vocalist, gamer, producer, all the above, really. But Flux submitted anti-pop type beat Ghouls. This is definitely one of the hardest beats I've made. Would love to hear what you think. Okay. We got a little YouTube link here. Let's check this out. Let's see what we got. Let's see here. Okay. So we'll 1080 this bitch. Download free. Purchase untagged. Add this to your Spotify playlist. Must credit cloud Flux. Beat free to use. Up to 5,000 stream on all platforms, including. Wow, let's go. The least must be purchased off my website for live performance use, radio play, or music video performances. To remove the tags once the song hits 5,000 streams on my platforms. Well done. Hey, can I use this beat, please, sir? Of course, I just fixed the link for the download for you. Thanks for your support, buddy. Let's fucking go. Love to see that. The cover's already great. I really like the cover choice. But let's check this out. Prod Flux, Ghouls. Let's go. Okay, we even got a little visual here. Okay, a little visualizer. Never heard anybody. That's a great holy shit. Wow. Structure here is perfect. Really perfect. Damn, man. I could see why Flux said that, bro. well done. Jesus. Holy fuck, man. Wow. Yeah, referring back to the original caption, this is definitely one of the hardest beats I've made. Would love to hear what you think. Yeah, no, like I was not expecting that fucking bass. Yeah, knocked it out of the park, man. Lots of stuff I really like about this, so let's break it down. We're gonna talk about two things, because obviously no vocals, so we're gonna talk about the instrumental and talk about the overall theme of Ghouls. So, mix is fucking stellar. Like, this mix is perfect. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything cuts through nicely. Everything sits nicely, man. Like, everything is A1 about this mix, for sure. Especially when you consider, like, how big of a part, this bass and the drums are playing. Well done on the mix. For sure, really well done on the mix. Awesome job there. So, now that that's out of the way, so many things I love about this, though. Like, down to the structure, down to the drum selection, down to the sound selection. Look, drums play such a big part here, so it's going to be really hard for me not to say that the bass is my shining star and my favorite thing about this. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't considering the structure, because Flux actually let this beat breathe. This beat would be completely different if Flux didn't let it breathe, but Flux just kind of let the mel do its thing, you know, and even in the second break, kind of let the snare do its thing. So I feel like the structure here is so good for how crazy and wide of a beat this is. I feel like the structure was done perfectly. And if producers always do this kind of rule of thumb as to where you just let it breathe for a little bit, depending on what your creative vision is, it's always going to benefit you. And I think this is proof of that. You know what I mean? Like it comes in so much harder due to the structure and like letting it fucking breathe. So, yeah, between the drums and bass and the structure is totally my two shining stars here when it comes to this instrumental. Everything else is really stellar, though, for sure. Let's talk theme, though. So, aesthetics. I love this visualizer. I feel like if you're gonna upload kind of instrumentals for this purpose and not really as singles, I love the fact that it's kind of accompanied with a visualizer, and it's not just, oh yeah, here's X, Y, or Z instrumental. You know, here's some whatever. Like, Flux kind of went out of their way to like go ahead and really make a visualizer and make sure this instrumental actually looks fucking good for either potential buyers or just for the fact that it's a fucking banger, you know what I mean? But it's about the extra effort. So the aesthetics are there, absolutely. I love the picture that was chosen as well. But the overall theme, Ghouls, definitely brings the Ghoul vibe for sure. Like that fucking bass, bro, and just the drums in general bring that darker trap kind of feel. Definitely anti-pop for sure. Bringing like the hard-hitting drums totally like nailed the Ghouls vibe for sure. And even like the melody kind of brought like a little bit of a video game kind of like 8-bit vibe. So again, Ghouls definitely perfect title for sure. So with that said, a huge shout out to Flux. Make sure you go sub to Flux on YouTube. Flux is literally approaching 1.2k on YouTube. Go show Flux some love. And of course, make sure you follow Flux on Twitter, approaching 2.5k over on Twitter. Go show Flux some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube where you upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel, so go show the main channel some love, man. We upload every Thursday and Saturday. Every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, all that good stuff is available on the channel, so make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. So let's fucking get it, baby. And if you already have been, we see you, and we appreciate you showing love on the Music Mondays channel. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, up next, my friends, we have the homie Christian, or aka Thomas Marcus. And Thomas Marcus is another really, really talented producer that has been you know, really always been treating themselves like an artist and really like really just caring about their brand and their platform and really putting out instrumentals to recognize that they are an artist and to remind people that producers are also solo artists as well. I just love producers that give a fuck about their brand, right, and still release music, despite anything. So this week, Thomas Marcus submitted a track, and let's see what we got here. So Thomas submitted a track titled "So Infernal Melancholic." 2023, 248. Interesting track title here from Thomas Marcus. I'm very curious to see what the fuck we got here. Did you already play Lil Wet Wet? We indeed played Lil Wet Wet. The VOD will be available as soon as we go offline. Or you can actually just go back and watch it right now if you go to the video section on my channel. But what's good? I hope you're well. So, Thomas Marcus, So Inferno Melancholic. Let's fucking get into it. Damn, I missed it? No worries, my friend. No worries. No worries at all. So let's see what we got here from the homie Thomas Marcus. Let's go. Yeah, so this one is prime Thomas Marcus. I feel like this was like perfect lo-fi vibes mixed with like some advanced like new age Thomas Marcus. Like I feel like the mix was much more solid than we're used to, but at the same time it's like the core of everything that we like about Thomas. So let's break this down. We're going to talk about two things. We're going to talk about the instrumental and we're going to talk about the overall theme of So Inferno Melancholic. What is such a cool song title. Let's talk instrumental. Mix was great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Mix was really, really solid. I like the kind of radio effect that we have going on here as well. But the mix was really crisp. Nothing I would change there whatsoever at all. But this was kind of interesting because I remember the first couple of submissions that we had from Thomas were so embedded in this lo-fi sound, and this reminds me so much of that, but it brings a much more like fulfilling kind of structured sound, if you will. So yeah, I feel like Thomas did a really good job kind of keeping the core of what makes Thomas Thomas, but also like bringing in a slightly like newer vibe. I would even go as far as saying structure might be the shining star here, just because I like the way this instrumental is laid out. The melody is a close second as well. The melody is like so huge here. Thomas is really coming into tune with their style. And I feel like the structure kind of expands upon that, if you will, for sure. So yeah, I would say melody is huge here, just because it's such a beautiful melody, but the mix is kind of like bringing it out even more. So I really enjoy the mel here. Definitely in the shining star for sure. Overall theme. So aesthetic wise, we kind of have these more animated covers that Thomas has been vibing with for sure, which I definitely enjoy. Thomas has almost become more signature when it comes to these animated covers, and I definitely think the Inferno kind of vibe fits here with this particular track for sure. But overall theme, So Infernal Melancholic is definitely kind of a personal song title choice when it comes to Thomas and like what this track actually means for a theme. But I think it adds to like so much mystery about the track and makes listeners wonder. You know what I mean? I feel like track titles like these makes the listener kind of dive into what the tracks are even more and like what it means to the artist. So I feel like mysterious song titles like these are always a plus, just because it means more to you than it does anybody else. You know what I mean? So that's what I really like about these. But with that said, huge shout out to Thomas Marcus. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Thomas Marcus on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Thomas Marcus on Twitter. Thomas is literally approaching 510 followers on Twitter. So make sure you go show Thomas some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 sub-roonies on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love, my friends. And if you haven't, man, shit. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, so make sure you go show the channel some love, man. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff is available over there, so consider subscribing. So with that said, let's get into it. Up next, we got the homie Zeph, another great alternative hip-hop artist. Been going crazy in 2023. We've been able to dive into a lot of their like earlier discography along with like a lot of their latest tracks. So Zeph has definitely been killing it for sure. But they submitted a track titled Ummer Wine. Ummer Wine, not Summer Wine, Ummer Wine. Let's see what we got here. And this is on Eco. Now, I'm curious. Oh, so this is featuring Tomorrow People. Oh, okay. So, alright. So, Tomorrow People is the duo of Zeph and another member of Philo. So Zeph, Philo, Tico, Ummer Wine. Okay. 03, let's get into it and see what Zeph got for us this week.
Yeah. Crazy devices, corrupted dice, corny diets, corporate denying. Course correction, deep deriving. Corpse collection, don't decide and trying to make you buy my CD when C and D start colliding. In spite of it all, art of it all, heart of the falling, hearted in crying. Funny how I'm rapping was assault in the silence. I was certain that I'd die before I felt like a pilot. Took a chance to flip the game on its head like a dime and worked to the nail. I was falling, slept on a bed of nails. Could have felt failure even in Zion. Saw vinyls on the path, turned out to just be some talent. I'm fighting, screaming out it's unfair. Devil got a hold of me in his lair, playing D on my shoulder like a double dog dare ya. Turn around and pick a fight, that nigga look like he'll trail ya. Said tonight gon' be a movie, turn this shit into a trailer. And then I pick my hair out, smoking shit like his body paraphernalia. Type of shit that turns a wish into a prayer. We the same on this level, if it's Shitsville, I'm running for mayor. Hate in my heart, I'm flawed, ego frail. Lito's son in the chair, niggas know who I am by my silhouette. I confess that who I am isn't all there, need to be more than who I thought is shared. 2 years of who you think you know disappeared, yet stayed the same. Pounds of strands on the ground laying there, brand new. I cut my hair, I cut my hair.
Music, please. Come on, yo. My mirrors is murals, the murders came plural, collaborative. When I stop looking at my peers as hurdles, jumping off the dock every week to breathe undercurrents was hurtful. Had to nourish my lungs to their true form. It's father time against the hair, winning turtle, losing hair from the stress, success crawls. Unfinished, the race of purple corpse. It can take longer than water spoiling. Curdle waves reek of over toiling. They hoist the holy sail, shaky figureheads when treading charted lands. It's impossible to fail. They keep up with the Joneses, components, bought retail, control these stories to retell. I control these beats, email feeds of nature daily. What's a boat to a glacier? Carefully, a close call. The unscathed is carefully, so farewell. My bones gone, it loves me not. The nature of the beast, seen the field of flowers picked apart. I live in pieces, I live in peace. I see life, feet up, undecided. I squeak by, slide me a piece, sneak up the skies, eye into the nose, begging her to decide. Do I wear the coat to tread water or the cape to survive flight? Yo, yo.
Big summer freestyle, kind of laid back vibes going on here for sure. Let's break this one down because man, this is an interesting kind of track. So unique, but filled with like a lot of the elements of hip hop that like we all enjoy. So I feel like this one is interesting. Let's break this down. So, we're going to talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Armor Wine. So, let's talk instrumental. Mix was great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. All three verses sat really nicely. Everything was really crisp. The instrumental itself was definitely very solid, especially when you consider the vocal sample as well. But with that said, the vocal sample is so well used. It's so like perfectly sat in this structure as to where like it doesn't get repetitive. The drums go nicely around it. The verses sit nicely with the vocal sample. So I feel like whoever prod this did a really good job. And the vocal sample is definitely the shining star here. 100%. Let's talk about vocals. So, vocals. Man. So, Mix is very solid when it comes to verses, and vocals overall, realistically. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing, especially when you consider the vocal sample. Everything sat really well, so I do enjoy the mix here a lot. So this was more of like a freestyle, but like slightly like classical hip hop approach, where like a lot of like the delivery was super laid back, but the flows were like super chill as well. So there was like a lot of interesting things when it comes to vocals here, but one thing that was consistent across everybody was the writing. The writing felt like summertime. The writing felt like late summer nights and warm weather and beaches and kind of green grass and like neighborhoods, and it felt comfortable. And I feel like throughout the whole song, that's one thing that stayed consistent is it felt very, very comfortable. And I think, you know, if a summer vibe or like a laid back vibe was what they were going for, I definitely feel like they achieved it. So I would even say structure and writing is definitely a big thing here when it comes to Shining Star. Um, but man, like if Summer Vibes again was the kind of direction, it definitely nailed it. Definitely fucking nailed it. Such a laid back kind of chill smoke track. Anything that you could put on in the background like this is perfect. For sure perfect. So instrumental, very solid. Vocals, really, really solid. I like the structure here a lot. I like the writing a lot. Let's talk overall theme. So, kind of an interesting cover. We have like this IRL photo and then more music, please, in like this classical kind of font, which kind of like it is so in relation to like the vocal sample and like how this song's structured. It brings that more classical feel to it, right? It like adds into that like classical pot that we have going on here. So the cover definitely nailed it. I think that was a good choice. Overall theme, Wine is kind of an interesting song title because it'll make you think on it, but at the same time it'll make you like look for that summer kind of like laid back chill vibe. It'll definitely make you look for that, like 100% it will. But definitely like not like an easy track title, but a simple track title for like a theme that is it's more of a theme that's felt. It feels like summer more so than they're describing summer, you know what I mean? And then of course you have those lines in here throughout the track that are like really just bringing summer kind of laid back vibes. But when it comes to the overall theme, I feel like they all nailed it. When it comes to making a kind of chill, laid back track that's filled with a lot of lyricism, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Tico, Tomorrow People, and Zeph. Make sure you follow Tico on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Zeph on Twitter. Zeph is literally one away from 860. One away. Come on. Or 11 away from 870. So, whichever you want to say. But with that said, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 Subaroonies on the main channel. So make sure you go show the channel some love, man. We upload every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast uploads, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go show the channel these artists some love, man. And of course, if you've already shown the channel some love, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, and thank you. We always want to recognize that. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, up next, we have a first-time submitting artist, the homie Danny Dolphin. My new single Jealous is linked down below. And Danny Dolphin submitted a track titled Same Drugs. Got some heat for you. First time submitting artist. Okay. So we're going in blind. Never heard anything from Danny Dolphin, so let's see what the fuck we got here. Okay. 2023, so brand new. Clocking in at 241. First time submitting artist Danny Dolphin. Same Drugs. Let's go.
Shit. You can keep the last part I did, though. Yeah. Bro, with it one time. Hey. Yeah. We gonna keep it real smooth with this one. I ain't gonna lie though, this shit is a motherfucker bang.
Damn.
He's for a nigga trying to make it in the game, but you know they don't show love. No
Damn.
Cap. Drink in my cup, I'ma twist shit up. Still rolling on big dubs. Trying to find my way. It's a brand new day. Still think about ways just to get paid. And I'm still getting high when there's no love. Still out with the homies on the same drugs. Need a blunt for the soul, trying to meditate quick. For my grandma call Sam eating up the grits. The hood one from it don't get no better. And it still make me smile like a brand new sweater. Keep the 6 on my hip like it's first grade. Pressure turn diamonds into lemonade. Is your soul still in it for a quick fade?
Is your money still straight when you get paid? Bitch, nigga. Twist my blunt, then I hit the peace sign. Till that piece gon' pop, and there's no rewinds. And I miss my troops who was on the front line. And that smoke gon' hit when them tears gon' fly. Twist my blunt, then I hit the peace sign. Till that piece gon' pop, and there's no rewinds. And I miss my troops who was on the front line. And that smoke gon' hit when them tears gon' fly. Peace for a nigga tryna make it in the game, but you know they don't show love. No cap. Drink in my cup, I'ma twist shit up. Still rolling on big dubs. Tryna find my way, it's a brand new day. Still think about ways just to get paid. And I'm still getting high when there's no love. Still out with the homies on the same drugs. I'm saying, peace for a nigga tryna make it in the game, but you know they don't show love. No cap. Drink in my cup, I'ma twist shit up. Still rolling on big dubs. Tryna find my way, it's a brand new day. Still think about ways just to get paid. And I'm still getting high when there's no love. Still out with the homies on the same drugs. I'm saying,
Peace for my niggas that's tryna make money in the south side. One time, nigga, west side hoe still hitting them licks from the outside. That's like, nigga. East side nigga still doing them drugs, nigga, no love, nigga. Grab that gun, set a young nigga free. That's the last thing that a nigga told OG.
peace for a nigga tryna make it in the game, but you know they don't show love. No cap. Drink in my cup, I'ma twist shit up. Still rolling on big dubs. Tryna find my way, it's a brand new day. Still think about ways just to get paid. And I'm still getting high when there's no love. Still out with the homies on the same drugs. I'm saying, peace for a nigga tryna make it in the game, but you know they don't show love. No cap. Drink in my cup, I'ma twist shit up. Still rolling on big dubs. Tryna find my way, it's a brand new day. Still think about ways just to get paid. And I'm still getting high when there's no love. Still out with the homies on the same drugs. I'm saying, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Got some heat for you. Fucking Danny Dolphin was not lying. Like that caption did not lie. Okay, Zombie, want some curry? Fuck yeah, I want some curry. We whipping Danny Dolphin splashing. Yeah, Danny Dolphin definitely came through and fucking killed that. That was a great first time submission. Yeah. So let's break this down for Danny. All right. So we're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Same Drugs. So this one, wow. Again, great first time submission. Let's talk instrumental though. So instrumental's great, nothing clashing to overbearing. Drums, awesome. Everything cuts through nicely. Yeah, I wouldn't change a thing about this mix when it comes to the instrumental. Everything knocks hard. I like the drum selection a lot as well. Shining Star though has got to be the melody. I'm a big fan of what this producer did with the mel. Laid back melody, but so prominent and definitely sticks in your head like real easily. So the bouncy drums just kind of added on to that effect. So the producer did a really good job, and I would say the melody is definitely a shining star here. Vocals though, man, vocals are really well done. So when it comes to vocals, let me start off by saying this: the mix is great. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. Vocals sound nice and even. Everything's crisp. Everything sits nicely. Everything cuts through nicely. The mix is definitely solid, but the shining star here though is 100% flow and cadence. Like from the second you cut this song on, the flow is so catchy. The cadence is like, it's got a bit of an attitude and confidence to it. But it's not overdone. I feel like flow and cadence dominates here. Fucking dominates. But the fact that it's like mixed up with really well written lyrics, especially with the hook, this is like songwriting 101, and I think Danny fucking nailed all of it. You know what I mean? Like Danny, like, come on now. You know what I mean? Like this is like exactly like this is like really where you want to be as an artist. Like this is like exceptional flow. For sure, exceptional. So yeah, without a doubt, flow and cadence is the shining star here. I love what Danny did with this track. Let's talk theme though. So cover art is kind of funny because it brings me back to those like early kind of like nostalgic neighborhood days. I'll take the cam down really quickly just because it just reminds me of that, like, I don't know, it just has this like just this like old school kind of like like early like neighborhood feel, and then like you know you got Danny chilling there, and then you got the parental advisory in the corner. Like definitely brings that old school feel, 100%. Slightly nostalgic, so I'm a fan of the cover. But overall theme is kind of cool. And like it's not in the aspect that it's like, oh, you want to be doing like the same thing. I feel like Danny's talking about like how solid he is as a person, rather than like, because like being the same and like staying solid isn't the same as being stagnant. I think being stagnant is a bit different. You know what I mean? I feel like being stagnant is not progressing, but staying solid can just mean like staying like true to your roots, and you know, like kind of like doing the same things that you've always done, rather than going and acting different. You know, so I'm doing the same drugs with the same homies, and I'm still doing this because of love and this and this. Like, I feel like Danny's more so speaking from like the loyalty aspect, and like the kind of like you won't ever catch me changing on some bullshit kind of aspect of it. And I feel like that's a really cool kind of angle to come at, you know, because I feel like, you know, you could write a song about anything, but this is one of the more kind of like interesting aspects as to where being the same isn't always a bad thing. You know what I mean? And like actually like doing things that are like, you know, are not bothering people when you could be doing shit that bothers people is like really cool. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's like a really cool angle to explore when it comes to songwriting. So well done. Well done. And huge shout out to Danny Dolphin for the first time submission. Make sure you follow Danny on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow Danny on Twitter. Literally 3 followers away from 580. Go show Danny some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 on the main channel, so go show the main channel some love. We upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff every Thursday and Saturday. And for those of you that have already subscribed, dropping likes, dropping comments, showing support of the videos, we appreciate it here at Music Mondays, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. So, let's fucking get into it. Up next, we have the homie, Offspring Mysterious. So, many of you know Offspring from wonderful visuals and the edits and the instrumentals and the writing and the graphics. And you guys know the one thing that I always say about Offspring is to just take one thing, and it's the work ethic, right? Offspring is one of the kings of DIY, an artist that can really do it all by themselves. And I think that's something we always got to recognize here at Music Mondays. And welcome, Offspring. Happy Monday. Welcome on in. Offspring submitted to Music Art. And hold on. Bands Make Her Dance. We are about to get into it right here. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. 2 months ago, so not old whatsoever. Let's get into it. I am rather excited. Hold on. Start from the top. Let's 1080p it. Let's see what we got from the boy Offspring. Let's go. A brand new edition of Music Art. It's about to be lit. And we got some nice shots here. Oh shit. the movement. The pure movement. Nah, this is insane. What the fuck? I need that anime type beat so bad. Smooth with the movement, literally. Good form. Good form. Yeah. Yup. Yup. Damn. Okay, okay. Let's check out the original. Damn, so this came out 4 years ago, and Offspring's following up content with it. I love that. I love the fact that you're doing a music art for this. Like, let's fucking go. Lots of love in the comments. Okay, okay, okay. We love that. We love that. Let's fucking go. Well done. This was very interesting. Like, these music arts are always getting better and better. But the thing I really like about this one is the difference between like the sort of darker shots and the during the daytime shots. When it comes to the instrumental itself though, I like the mix, nothing clashing too overbearing. The mel is everything here though. The vocal sample is definitely a big part of it too, but I like the mel, and the drums are definitely keeping up the bounce. I feel like it was utilized really well though. The vocal sample was kind of everything in this track, and Offspring is no stranger to like picking up drums that'll like make a lot of it bounce. So I feel like this was kind of like the perfect visual to do behind this. But yeah, the melody was everything here. But I do really like the drums though. The drums definitely kept up the bounce, which was just so crucial. So crucial. But when it comes to the visual alone on its own, short, sweet, and to the point, but it was enough filming and enough editing as to where like you had a lot of footage to work with. Like, this was like a short edit, but you had so much footage to work with, whether it was the daytime shots like this or the nighttime shots like those. I thought it was a really great combination of like really just almost like party, you know what I mean? Like straight partying all night, or da 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 da, like, you know what I mean? Like, how did I come up with this ridiculous idea? Me and my friends went to Japan not too long ago, stumbled upon these. Dude, like, the lore, too. Like, the lore is here in the description. Like, the writing in the lore is everything, man. I love this. I love this a lot. You know, I'm a huge fan of Offspring kind of going back and doing these music arts, is because it's Offspring's version of not only music videos and visuals, but it's also a way to express a lot of the writing and a lot of these characters and a lot of the lore that Offspring Mysterious is, right? It's not just music. It's the writing, it's the characters, it's the lore, like I said. It's all of it. So I feel like these music arts will always describe that. And that's why you know, Offspring is really like one of the artists that has something really special going on outside of music. Like, within content creation. You know what I mean? Like, creating content like this takes such an imagination and like really takes like a wide variety of passion. And that's one thing I always made sure to encourage Offspring with, because that's not something you ever want to lose. You know what I mean? So keep improving, keep doing this, keep fucking filming, keep finding new ways to make shit look sick, but also like keep cooking up new music, you know what I mean? Keep doing it all, because like all this art is such a reflection of who Offspring is, and as Offspring the artist grows, you'll be able to see the progression. You'll be able to be like, damn, I can't believe how far I've come with my videos. Like, and there's no better feeling with that. You know what I mean? Like, no better feeling. So, with that said, make sure you go show some love to Offspring on YouTube. Offspring is literally 4 away from 110. That's a great, great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring on Twitter. Offspring is 2 away from 830, man. 2 away. So go show Offspring some love up there in the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 over there on the main channel. And we upload 2 times a week, man. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks. Uploads every Thursday and Saturday. So huge shout out to anybody that already has shown love to the channel. If you haven't, go check it out. Thank you guys. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you for your submission. Much love, and never fucking stop doing what you're doing. Always keep improving. I come in clutch with the Lord. Damn right you do. We ain't never seen Offspring lack with the Lord, man. We ain't never seen Offspring lack with the Lord. No way. No way. So up next we would have Blank Thought, but huge shout out to Blank Thought for being in Music Money's Patreon. We've already reacted to Blank Thought, so shout out to Blank Thought. But I believe we have a first time submitting artist. Okay. By the name of Mana. Flat Earthers. Okay. Yeah, I think we have time for about one more. So let's check out our first time submitting homie over here, Mana. Interesting. 2023, Flat Earthers. It looks like it is a single. It looks like all their music is from 2023. Very, very interesting. Odie from the Future, Handsome Devil, Flat Earthers. Okay. Alright, first time submitting artist, Mana. Let's check it out.
J1, das Flames, man, Blick.
Step on your block and your mind, them are running faster than Toby and Musang. Only Sokuso, you today want your mother tell you say you need to cool down. To set you up in no much, now only equal and best in mama cool down. To set you up in no much, now only equal and best in mama. We go fuck you up, we go mess you up. If we catch you, need and I pray to God. Now 50 rounds we they carry for back. They could not give us a round of applause on moms. I ain't working to 71. I just want to point like Dave. If I slap a nigga, I'm gonna bruise some roses to his grave. Then I rave, you know take anything for me to use your head. They play football. Me and my guys with the faggoty bobo and niggas they do ching chong. If I don't come for rap, I don't run out before no be me go to chop ching gum. I don't get any Godzilla power, but me I go back King Kong. You know take anything for me to use your head. They play football. Me and my guys with the faggoty bobo and niggas they do ching chong. If I don't come for rap, I don't run out before no be me go to chop ching gum. I don't get any Godzilla power, but me I go back King Kong. In front of your mom's and post, I go beat you like say tomorrow no day. I dey sell beef if you want price, I go carry you go eBay. You be in the pre make I fall down for street, but your hustle no fee pay. I go carry Kalako, they knock you for head till they carry you go sick pay. Step on your block and your man them are running faster than Toby and Musa. Only Sokuso, you today want your mother tell you say you need to cool down. To set you up, you know the much. Now only you go and best mama puna. To set you up, you know the much. Now only you go and best. All of your guys go jackpot, but they know they go UK. Now big smoke with the chop for your palm wine and SK. If you reason 1 or 2 for this side, if you lose your mind because you make them know they waste my time, I go chop your eye. Now 4 + 5 and they carry for pocket, but the bullet they fly like rocket. That be the plug, now me come be the socket. If you talk anyhow, you go collect. I be there will be like you don't forget. Now me they make una papa they cry. If you see me go just they run they hide. I go carry and go different paradise. I go put them for fire like parasite. I go drop and I say now father rise. And this is why I always say, never bring a knife to a gunfight. Never bring a knife to a gunfight. Bring both, bring both, bring the two, the knife and the gun, 2 of them together. Just bring them,
Okay, dude. What the fuck, bro? Like, nah, what? So it caught me off guard because it obviously wasn't in English, and then I was like, wait a second. This motherfucker is like spitting, and then wow. Wow. definitely not what I was expecting, bro. This is fucking hard.
We go fuck you up, we go mess you up. If we catch you, need and I pray to God. Now 50 rounds we they carry for back. They could not give us a round of applause on moms. I ain't working to 71. I just want to ball like Dave. If I slap a nigga, I'm gonna bring some roses to his grave. Then I race. You know, take anything for me to use your head. They play football. Me and my guys with the faggot, but boy, and the guys they do ching chong. If I don't come for rap, I don't run out before. No be me, go to chop ching gum. I don't get any Godzilla power, but me, I go buy King Kong.
Dude. That fucking wow. So this instrumental is like so fucking good, bro. Like so good. Wow. All right. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Flat Earthers. Kind of interesting calling this Flat Earthers, to be honest. But yeah, let's break it down. So we're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Flat Earthers. So, instrumental wise, this might be my favorite instrumental in a while when it comes to like hard, like more aggressive trap style shit. Really a 10 out of 10 on the instrumental scale. Mix is great, nothing clashing to overbearing. Melody is great, but the drum selection is easily the shining star. Like, it's not even a question. Like, the drum selection was everything. Bouncy, hard-hitting, a little bit of mud here or there. But overall, totally, like, blew it out of the water with the instrumental choice. Whoever produced this did a fucking amazing job. Amazing job. So the instrumental's great. I really like the choice. Drums definitely a shining star. Let's talk vocals though. So we have a mix here of kind of like English and somewhat different phrases and dialects and things like that. So this was a great mix of lyrics and languages, and I was like, damn, this is like a whole other vibe. Like definitely not like anything we've reacted to here on the show. Like a couple times we've reacted to this kind of style, but it's not often. But when it comes to the vocal mix is great. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. Vocals sit real nicely. Everything punches through like really nicely. Yeah. Vocal mix is definitely stellar. But the combo of the instrumental with the vocals really like blew me away. I was not expecting such a hard hitting instrumental. And then Mana just comes in and is like going the fuck off. Like going off. Like the flow is like fucking everything, man. So yeah, Mana did a really good job when it comes to vocals, dude. Writing was solid. I really liked the hardcore, aggressive, like disrespectful ass writing. But at the same time, it's very like affirmative and it has like a lot of attitude with it as well, which I thought was a really nice touch. It like is very believable. It's a very serious track, but at the same time, like the flow and cadence will like get stuck in your head. You're like almost appalled at the bars and the flows and the lyricism. You're like, wow. So you combo that with this writing, man. Flows and cadence are everything here. Mana did a really good job when it comes to vocals. For somebody that has only released 3 songs, this was a very seasoned kind of track. 100% a very seasoned track for sure. So instrumental, very solid. Vocals, extremely solid. Overall theme, Flat Earthers. Let's talk about the aesthetics. It's a really nice piece of art. I don't know, though. I don't know if this was like a subliminal towards like somebody else, or it's like a kind of like a sentimental, like for the artist kind of vibe, right? Because calling this Flat Earthers with the Flat Earther cover like was kind of interesting, right? Because it's a straight diss track of it's very much like it's grimy, aggressive, has a lot of attitude, and it's not what I was expecting for a track called Flat Earthers. And maybe even that's like the trick in itself, right? Is calling it Flat Earthers. Like I think something like that is like I think something like that is really cool because it's again, much like we were talking about earlier in the show. You don't necessarily need to be calling your tracks, exactly what they mean. You don't necessarily need to be having your cover arts kind of like, meaning like X, Y, or Z. Like, it doesn't even really have to relate to the song. It doesn't take away from the song actually being a fucking banger. And this might be one of those cases, but nonetheless, the aesthetics are definitely on point. The overall theme, though, again, I would definitely say is more of like a subliminal something for Mana, as far as like a creative direction, inspiration. You know what I mean? Definitely Mana would know more about the theme here than a first-time listener would, for sure. But shit, calling it Flat Earthers takes nothing away from how much of a fucking banger this is, bro. So with that said, huge shout out to first time submission Mana. Thank you so much, my friend. Make sure you follow Mana on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Mana on Twitter. Literally 10 away from 740. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 sub-aroonies on the main channel. I think we're about 4 away, so make sure you go show the channel some love, my friends. And of course, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So if you haven't, go show the channel some love. And if you have, thank you, and we see you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. Holy shit, what a night. So we're about to approach our 4-hour limit, my friends. And otherwise, I would just bang out the rest of these submissions here, but unfortunately, your host and your boy Zom Slays has jury duty tomorrow, which is exceptionally bad for me because my sleep schedule is very much a late night sleep schedule. I'm not going to bed until like 6 a.m. So I'm very like nocturnal. And I have jury duty at 8 in the morning. So how I'm gonna deal with that, I don't know. So that's why I'm gonna call it on the 4-hour limit, just because tomorrow's gonna be annoying. And I'll probably need like a day to recover because it'll like flip my fucking sleep schedule. So that sucks, but it is what it is. No worries. Because if I get it done, they can't bother my ass for like fucking another like 3 years or something like that. Bro should have just said, I don't care what they did, they're not guilty and I won't change my mind. That's not like, bro, like, I know I'm going to wake up so annoyed tomorrow. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to sit there for 3 hours and they're going to be like, all right, you can leave. We don't need you. And I'm going to be like, and like, it's going to be, but as long as they're off my dick, you know what I mean? Like, I just want them off my dick, to be honest. So I'm just gonna go deal with it and just fucking do it and deal with it that way. You know what I mean? So no worries there. And like I said, they can't bother me for like another like fucking 5-6 years or whatever it is, you know? So I'm down with the cause. No worries, Glass half full. But with that said, that does it for episode 118 submissions. Huge shout out to everybody that came through, showed love, and huge shout out to everybody that submitted tonight. Huge shout out to Music Mondays Patreons, King Mark, Blank Thought, SLM, and TDG. Thank you guys for being Patreons, and thank you for supporting Music Mondays. And of course, huge shout out to bro, I can't say this name. Alruna. Alruna is such a unique name, bro. I'm gonna have a stroke saying it. But huge shout out to Alruna, man. You're a fucking beast. Huge shout out to Wet Wet, Sawyer George, 84 Wheels, Tengu God, Michael Monago Art, Flux, Thomas Marcus, Zeph, Danny, Offspring, Blank Thought again, Flat Earthers, and anybody else that lurked and chilled. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it here at Music Mondays. So let's say our goodbyes. Let's talk about what's coming for the week. Let's see what we got here coming on Music Mondays, my friends. So, we just about hit that 4-hour limit, so I guess we're just in time. And again, huge shout out to anybody that came through, showed love in the chat. Huge shout out to Bananas, Blank Thought, Tim, King Mark, Offspring again, TDG, Twitch username unavailable. You guys are amazing. Anybody else that lurked and chilled, I appreciate you and I see you. Thank you for the love. So yeah, let's fucking get it, baby. Like I said, a whole lot of crazy ass content is coming for Music Mondays this week. Like I said, in case you missed a monthly, March edition will be dropping this week. A brand new Blank Thought interview will be dropping on Friday. Expect a brand new episode of Workshop Wednesday. We're in the middle of booking a new Feature Friday. And yeah, we have a whole great lot of content for you guys to indulge in this week. And of course, we're kind of planning out a couple things that are more major when it comes to Music Mondays. But you guys will hear more about that as we go along. But like I said, and with that said, make sure you follow Music Mondays on all platforms at All Music Mondays. Make sure you go stream us on anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. Find us on all audio platforms. Huge shout out to the Music Mondays staff team. You guys are fucking killing it. Huge shout out to the Music Mondays community and anybody else that supports the podcast from afar. We love you. We see you. We appreciate you. It's been your boys on Slays. We'll be live next week for episode 119. Approaching episode 120, man. Approaching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Expect this to go up ASAP. And again, I love you guys. Take care. We'll see you next week for episode 119. And of course, make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. We're live like literally every day of the week, bro. Every day of the week. Whether we're chatting, speedruns, watching videos, podcasts, making music, whatever it is. Come through, say hi, show the kids some love. But with that said, we'll see you next week for episode 119. When your boys on Slays, I love you. Take care. Goodbye.